life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you can do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation, and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range, cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why they say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call a covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an itch, man, I'm making. I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goals. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push, see the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
keep chasing, push through everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team, and if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving, and you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching, and every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past, and you'll see that you always had it inside. It's the key to make the most of this life. Believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go. Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best, teach a system I invest. Never hidden, I ain't scared, ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing. Yeah. You lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
Purpose is better than any drug you could ever think. If you know why you're doing something, that's all you need. I wake up ready for the day because I believe in everything that I'm doing, like it was meant to be. I get fixated and captivated on learning things. Don't hesitate to ask questions, the answer that I need. It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love the race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they look and see through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer, I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us so worth hearing. I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer, I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is to have believe. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leave it behind, adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen, and you could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation, and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answered
welcome back to the Plausible Gaming community once more, and today we're gonna have ourselves once more a championship. It's gonna be the CS2 Championship Series Season number 8. It's back on myself with the mic, and Edu on my right or left, whatever point you're looking at. How are we doing?
I'm doing pretty good. It's here for me, so let's get on into some gameplay. Obviously, the Championship Series here at Plausible Gaming always been developing to be better. I know last time I was having was an absolute bang here. I heard it was quite a few overtimes, quite a long match for you guys. So very, very excited to see if something like that's going to be happening again as we are pulling into yet again another championship. This time, pool has been upgraded to $500.
To up things up, but yeah, we have ourselves 2 best of 3s, aka 2 semifinals today, followed by a grand final tomorrow. So that's going to be a real weekend of excitement, and anyone who wants to get along it, we are also hosting a giveaway for a stat track knife. So keep your eye out on it. Those are going to be coached throughout the entirety of this stream and tomorrow's stream. So yeah, you want to get yourself entered. In the meanwhile, we have 2 matchups here. So I say we take a quick glance over at the first one once that possibility arises, because again, with 2 best of 3s, and we're going to be seeing a lot of maps.
We are definitely in for a long day. Of course, last time we have some semifinals. We're going to see if this is going to be a good game for us. But let's take a look at some of these graphics. Let's take a look at some of these teams as we're going to find out what the matchup is looking like over the weekend, as we're starting us off with GameSport versus PTS Esports.
All right. That's what we love about it, right? Every time we go into these tournaments, into these community matches, and overall towards the semifinals, there are always new faces. Today, like you said, GameSport versus PTS Esports. To me personally, names that I haven't heard of, and that's what I'm so excited about here, where they're going to be showing why they deserve to be in the semifinals and proving that they maybe even deserve a spot in the grand.
Let's see it. Let's see if 2 teams are going to be one of the 2 teams for a massively impressive finals. Obviously, what we have is now a little bit of some new names here, but sometimes rosters are actually what is the standard here, and the names change and the logos update. But GameSport here looking like they want to blast off. Well, I'm hoping that PTS has the aim to back up a really solid semifinals. But of course, we can't talk about what is going on in the grands until we find out what happens in the semis. We still have to talk about where these players are going to be heading here, as the maps kind of determine what happens. And for what I've noticed, every single time that we have pick and ban, the team that bans a map is and the team that picks a map is the team that loses that map. Am I crazy? Or every time has that happen? It's like, oh, I'll pick Inferno, and then the enemy team puts them, and then they'll be like on the opposite map, and then it's a just full 180. It's insane.
Yeah, it really has become a tradition inside, not even Plausible. It's just, I think everywhere in competition alone, people just love winning each other's maps. I don't know if it's a free pass, whatever it might be. You know, we can expect it here today, or maybe we're going to be breaking the curse. But, you know, for now, I'm still interested about those maps, Edo, because we have 3 for the first matchup, meaning there's going to be second chances, there's going to be lifelines as well. And, you know what, Edo, I'll ask you this right to always. What map would you like?
I would like to see where you're gonna have a lot of rushing around very gameplay. So I really do like it's where you're kind of exploding out mid often. So maybe a Mirage, maybe even maybe some maps where you have those long angles, see some oppers kind of pop off. I used to be an opper back when I played, and now for other games. So it's like I like being those snipers, the 1 in 5 that just brings up the big gun and completely changes the game, and then you have an option between 2 teams. So that would be Inferno, or map for that without. Very excited to see, you know, I want to see Inferno, Nuke, and Mirage personally, just for the day.
All right, it seems like to the roots. Replace Inferno, or rather Nuke, with when you have your old trio for Unks to watch. But in general, yeah, you have those lovely maps. Personally, I couldn't agree more. I think as long as maybe Mirage and Ancient, I want to see some Ancient today. You talk about those, you talk about that midsection. Ancient is the go, but we're gonna have to see what these 2 teams find comfortable. We do have GameSport versus PTS. I I imagine some around the community might be able to have a peek. Maybe you've even faced them. And again, this is a community-based tournament. If you want to get yourself involved, join on over the Discord, follow our social to support, build the best community organization and all around the board, so you can have fun and so have fun. It doesn't sound like a bad thing.
Oh, absolutely. If you guys are participating in the Plausible Gaming community, do join the Discord. And if you want of it beyond other, Luke too can also win a knife today. Again, stat track ready for your inventory and ready to start racking up those kills. And with the current market, it's going to be very exciting where everything goes here. But of course, you guys know where to go. We have a Gleam.io giveaway that's going to be happening throughout the day. And the number one way that you is if you listen to the stream, we're going to be giving out giveaway codes to increase your chance at getting that knife. The teams here, they got a chance at a $500 prize pool. This is very exciting to see if they are going to be competing very hot and ready to get this game going.
Oh yeah, up the prize pool, meaning this is going to be a whole lot more hectic on the line. And of course, we're also kind of closing in towards the end of the year, so there's not going to be a lot of Plausible Gaming tournaments in 2025 any longer. So again, you get yourself involved while you still can in the big 2025, as they do say nowadays. But in general, today's going to be CS. We also have PUBG, where I think, Edu, you're also around every now and then.
Yeah, I do a little bit of PUBG action. I do a little bit of games across the board, and looking at some of these teams, looking at honestly, there's some overlap because Plausible Gaming is a community-run Discord. Some of the people who are competing in the PUBG tournaments also kind of trick Counter-Strike ones and vice versa. It's very interesting to see, where the translation is. A battle royale versus a tactical shooter. Apparently, if you're a good gamer at Plausible, you can be winning here. So as we do have, I believe, one more tournament throughout the rest of the year, make sure that you guys are in the Discord to try getting the next one as soon as you can, as once this one's over, we're getting ready to start the next. So it's going to be very exciting. I know it's been a long time here at Plausible. It's been a little bit of a while here when they first started Counter-Strike, and now we're in season 8, season 9. I mean, we're absolutely gaming through with all of these wonderful ups here, and with season 8 now coming in, season 9 coming in next, it's going to be very exciting to see how much play to continue to grow. And hopefully you guys at home are going to be joining in on that growth train.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to miss you out. We wouldn't want to have you missing out on it. But in general, today we got to focus on CS because, CS, it's a team strategical shooter for what you want to consider it. But most important, it's a shooter, right? You got to be able to tap those 10. I'm going to be expecting for all of these players here today and here and now, because we're shortly starting to come up on towards the map themselves, I believe. But in general, action is where matters most. I think, like you said, last time the grand final, it was long, it was sturdy, it was good. We want that here today for the semifinal, and I'm hoping that Game Sports versus PTS to kind of show the rivals, the titans that they're going to be here today. And they also have another team to be looking forward to, because we're going to have another matchup. Again, there's going to be 2 semifinals, so when Games Esports and PTS are done, then they can continue watching the stream and maybe VOD review a plausible opponent for tomorrow.
Yeah, honestly, VOD review is definitely going to be fun. If you are a semifinal players, you can come back onto the stream and actually just take a look at the game. See, okay, what's the enemy team doing? What's their main economy plan? What's the plan to take mid? How they take these early? It's very interesting to see competition looking at, because the best way to improve to just have retro, apply some hindsight to your gameplay, and hopefully we're going to be maybe seeing some decent ones with these 2 known teams. I'm already looking at that Twitch chat, and we are looking at a lot of people actually hyping up Game Sport. So maybe they could be the fear, or Game Sport is gonna just absolutely blow us away. But PS, maybe they got some fans on their way as well, because I'm very excited to see the kind of shutback that we can actually witness from them.
All right, so we have a bit of a, it's more supported by a community. Game Sport coming in with a large fan base, and then PTS Esports kind of the unquote dogs. But again, we haven't seen too much of the stream of this entire series, and the only one that started here. Again, we normally start off in the summer. Us as broadcasters, you as the people, don't really get to watch a lot of these, so we're all coming in here new, but whatever way you want to put it. But Gaming Esports, they have a bit of a backing here, and for PTS Esports, that might just be adding fuel to the fire themselves, that maybe they are better. As for Games Esports, they have a back themselves off of, and both these teams have a fuel. Well, let's just see who in the tank. Again, they're both fighting for the grand final tomorrow, and I imagine have the same amount of ambition to get there.
Yeah, lots of ambition here in Plausible Gaming and lots of reason to want to keep on fighting. But let's hope that we find out where we're going to be fighting, as the map vote is going to be coming through hopefully soon to see where these teams are going to be landing. But as we kind of talk about the maps and what we think we want, I want to know, if you guys are watching from home, what do you want to see on the map? I see we have some PTS fans as well. If you guys are looking forward to some gameplay, it looks like we might be having a little bit of a back and forth between these teams, so it's going to be very interesting to see what actually pops out here. And of course, with that being said, I'm very excited to ask, where do you guys want to watch? What do you think? If you're a PTS fan, if you're a GameSport fan, let us know. Is GameSport a team that really likes to play on Mirage? Is there, or what's their map pool? What do you want to see them play on? Everybody's got a friend or a family member or even just a buddy who plays here at Plausible, and you guys are doing a great job supporting them. So let us know what your expected gameplay is going to be looking like.
Yeah, and make sure if you know any of these players personally, like as if you are a friend, to clip the moments where they're not and use them anytime they have a good argument. Okay, just keep that in mind. This is your moment to strike back to you. Okay, so any missed shots, they're not going to go unnoticed. But in general, yeah, I don't see much of those. I got quite the stage here over at Plausible Gaming, especially in finals. So we can expect a lot of high level. The same. I want to see the team chemistry. I want to see these players communicate between each other. That's the best way. You get yourself a 2v5 situation only because of the enemy stakes, and yeah, it's just the best feeling in general. Though I'm still looking forward to seeing both these teams face off. We have some hype in chat. I'm starting to self. I took a glance to the right side. I just don't know who to lean in towards. I'm biased, but I always set myself a precedent for who should be kind of on the top of the food. Let's take a look at these maps. I believe they now, so we're gonna slowly start zooming in towards them. But yeah, it's gonna be a great day. I just gotta ask you before we kick it, to get the right mindset. Are you ready?
I definitely am ready to cast some gameplay, but we do have to see if these players are going to be getting these map picks for us. Unfortunately, right now, we do have a little bit of a delay, so thank you everybody for watching the intro, as we're going to send it to a short break, and when we get back, we're going to jump straight on into that gameplay, map picks, bans, and we're going to find out where we're going, who's going to be taking it, and of course, that's only possible here at Plausible Gaming, so we'll see you soon.
Go, 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 yeah, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They're deceived with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go.
gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call a covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an itch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goal. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing on straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
Alrighty, and welcome back to Plausible Gaming. It's going to be very interesting here to see if these vetoes are ready, and they are. So let's find out what maps we got. Of course, it's me, Edjo, on the mic again with Puffo Bob, as it's time to maybe take a look at some of these maps here. Let's take a see. And Puffo, any predictions?
I think we're going to see a Mirage. I think a Mirage is bound to happen, but let's see it. The first one we get to will be Train, which I'm not too surprised. Not a lot of choices out there, especially it being more of a reworked map, followed by it's going to be a sad moment for us both. Inferno next.
Inferno. I mean, Inferno, it's definitely one of those maps where a lot of players have a love-hate relationship with it. If you're CT, you're saving. If you're T, you're having to walk uphill 24/7. It's very interesting to see that as a ban, but with Train being banned, Inferno being banned, it kind of leads into the play style. They don't like these lurky avenues here. So, yeah, so hopefully we're going to find out what the next two bans are, but as we're back on the camera, it's very interesting to see what the main strat is, but I think we actually might have another ban in the veto here. So it looks like it was a little bit bugged, but we're getting it fixed for you guys. It's going to be pretty clean, so we actually have the picks and bans, not on screen, but I'll let you know. So Puffo, after the Inferno ban, it looks like PTS picked Mirage.
Of course, Mirage go wrong with Mirage, but hey, going on after Mirage seems like games ended up going with Ancient. But we have ourselves two maps now. Out of the following, one remains either.
Well, right now you still have a potential ban on Nuke, Dust 2, and a Decider being overpass. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see, you know, the ban from Nuke, the ban on Dust 2. Like, these are very favorable maps in the current gameplay. So it's going to be very interesting to see favorable map picks not being what they lock in. Instead, honestly, Mirage, Ancient, and Overpass, that's a very old school CS2. Like, I think day one, like final days of CSGO into the first day of Counter-Strike 2, this was the main pick, actually. This is what people wanted to be playing. I remember casting back then, and we saw across almost all tournaments, everyone wanted Overpass, everyone wanted Ancient, and I haven't seen that in a couple years.
Yeah, 100%. A while, but hey, we're starting to go new meta, this new transition of CS2 with competitive being more place, and yep, I guess we're gonna have ourselves a mixture of the old and the new, and that makes it that much more exciting because it shows that these two teams have differences, which could also be a result of today, which meaning Game Esports PTS should be exciting. We should definitely be for it. So we go no further with wasting some of our lovely faces and right into map number 1 underway.
All right, Mirage, an oldie but a goodie. Technically the most played map in ranked. So this is where a lot of these community-driven players are actually going to be playing with their friends and looking for teams. And now here at the wonderful Plausible Gaming, Season 8, it's time to see if PTS is going to be able to beat GameSport, or is GameSport going to come out on top here as it's map 1. And remember, this best of 3, we're going to be here a little bit. So let's hope these players are in for the long haul and their endurance is ready for about 5 hours of Counter-Strike. But if you're a CS player, you easily put in 6 a day.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is just run of the mill here. It's tomorrow to get a bit more prepped up for. Right now, CS Sports, GameSport, once more, they're way into the grand final for a total $100 to win it out tomorrow. So a lot on starting off here. It's going to be PTS side, games, esports, CT side having a bit of a better half, but with CS you can predict.
Yeah, with CS, it's going to be very interesting to see, but the pistol round has officially begun. Looks like we do have GameSport starting us off on the CT, and PTS Esports going to be giving us a solid game plan on the T side. And of course, looking at this, lots of utility and a little bit of a split towards that B site, and ready to get these smokes tossed up.
All right.
Curtage. Ooh.
And pistols are always really quiet here. You know, you take some time. Once that flip is switched, all things go.
All right, decent taps away, but it's actually going to be Vova Triceps being the first one to get one here in Palace, and it is an explosive push-up onto the A side here. Lots of shots fired, but it's the flank watch that we're seeing. 1, 2, lots of shots being missed. Hit the head. Oh my, oh my God. But they finally go down. It's now 3v4. The retake's not going to be easy, but it looks easy with Jager and getting another clean pick down and maybe being able to clean up and defuse that bomb.
Too rough of a battle, though. Still one under the scaffolding. A quick pickup for Jagrin. And, well, we don't have much remaining here for PTS. They're still trying to find a dual Berettas up close, but denying this defuse will be difficult. Ooh. As there we go. What a performance from Jagrin within the first round.
Yeah, and then you have Vova Triceps here. Mr. Muscles absolutely gaming really well. Beautiful dual use. We saw the first blood gather with it and the last blood, kind of the bookender for that round. And GameSport will be successful in taking round number 1. We replayed that. That's so mean. But what a first pistol round. Definitely, you can see where the strengths of this team lie, or maybe some players that are just going to warm back up, and we're going to see them pop off here.
To see him pop off, and well, off into round 2. Games Esports can now start building their economy from scratch, and already seeing that in action as the M4A1Ss are going to be put on 4 of these players, with Jagrin being the odd one out. The best performer in the previous round, but decides to be humble with an MP9 pick, while PCS Esport still trying to go for this force with 3 MAC-10s and a Galil. I can only wonder how this is going to turn out.
3 MAC-10s and a Galil. Honestly, if they hold W, MAC-10s are pretty accurate. It's going to be very scary here, but the spray is coming through, and it's going to be Riot Eagle getting one, Vova getting another, and they just need to keep pushing. But look at that accuracy, jumping up in the air. MAC-10 spray down onto Ticket Booth, and now it's time for them to keep on going. Vova wanting to open it up, but remember, last time it was a 3v4 and they won that. Now it's a 3v3. The advantage still going to GameSport, but look at this MAC-10 play. Up close and personal. It's 1, it's 2. They go down, leaving only Vova Triceps in a 1v3.
Come on, start lifting. The name includes it. Vova Triceps, 3 kills. You can definitely bench all these players. What stops you from popping some of these heads? There goes DPS. First one to fall. Smoke to limit the line of sight that Game Esports are having upon you. PTS with a couple of random shots through to the smoke, but that's what you all need to do. The bomb is planted in one direction, you just shoot towards it, and there's not going to be much of a way to stop it. An equalization here with that force buy, and PTS really finding value off of it.
Yeah, very clean round there from PTS. Definitely what you want to be seeing from a force, as you said, Puffo. But as we get into this next round, where is the economy for the CT team? As they just got kind of reversed here with a big buy that they invested in the rifles. The M4A1S just doesn't hold up to a MAC-10, apparently. So, yeah, they're going for a full eco here. Some 5.7s, but a whole lot of Deegs.
Whole lot of Deegs. Now that's confidence at its finest. They're all going to be pushing up mid from Khan. 5-player army, but 2 have been shut down quickly. Or no, actually, it's only 4. Well, the majority of them is already gone. Trying to take up an honorable fight. Who says chivalry's dead when we still see a pistol pulled out by Vova? But it matters not for Game Esports. They tried to do their best, but PTS quickly extinguished that thought.
Very clean round there. And now looking at this next one, it's going to be hopefully a little bit more of a buy, but no, actually somehow GameSport still, after going for that eco round, they forced up with those deagles, but it didn't give them enough economy for the second round. So now back to basics. It's a USP versus rifle, and this is going to be very tough to win, but if they play it together and they play it smart, they might be able to use their numbers to shred through one player.
Sending a lone player towards a very direct con. We do see Cowden here, just waiting for the smoke to go by. Anyone that might be lurking in under for him to punish. Checking out Khan, trying to clear it as much as possible. PTS are setting themselves up for the safe push, while Game Esport not really ready for it, as they have set aside a lot of these players being prepared for B. Little do they know there's already someone right beneath their nose.
Just timing, spots out the gun. First blood down. They spot all four pushing, but that's why you put numbers. Vova able to grab yet another one. That could be a AK in their possession, but look at this. The up close and personal connector completely locked down. Vagrant is now down, leaving only Kurtage and Vova, but they're split up. They're trying to now just find an opening. With only pistols, there's no point in saving. You just have to try to punish this team for being over aggressive, but I think PTS Esports knows all about it. They just have to take it slow, and Kurtage doesn't want to be spotted out here, but nope, spots him and executes. Now Vova, last player yet again, stuck in top mid.
Yeah, not much you can do. An overwhelming presence towards mid. Again, PTS have all under control. Maybe Game Esport found themselves that singular round with a pistol, but after the force buy, it's all been going downhill. Although that's only the beginning. Let's not give into it too much just yet. Yeah, this replay, great patience here for some of this PTS player. Game didn't have much of a response. Again, they were on pistols. Only so much you can do with a USPS when there's bullets flying your way. And now off to round number 5, where the full buys come in from both sides.
Full buy. I'm looking at really just a boutique. Lots of head armor missing here, which makes sense. You are up against AKs, but that MAC-10, if it goes into contact with a Yagrin and Kurtage, might just shred them through. But so far, they've actually been able to spot out one underneath arches. Might be able to get taken down, but Yagrin gets that, and boom, one shot to the dome. One more falls, but Yagrin needs to keep this alive, but looks like his team's falling in other avenues. Mid's having a big little battle, and it looks like one more is going to trade off 3-3 with two incredibly low. The nade nearly taken out, nearly taken out one more, but we got to get that bomb plant.
Gotta get it as soon as possible. Before those smokes are gone, you still have that privilege of not being cut away from short, which now becomes an opening for GameSport and some of these players to start crunching in towards sight. In the meanwhile, though, you're backed off into kitchen. You don't even have apps control. PTS, they don't have a lot of ground to work with, but time is going to be their best friends. A couple of these shots as well. DPS is able to find Fava, limiting the players from GameSport down to 2. Still a fight back, but again, it's going to be a man count that really keeps you in the game. All shut down by Ride. Trying to find out this final duel. Low HP on PXN, who's just looking to bait him out. Does not have the kit. Can't waste a second. Gets the final needed. And should have plenty of time to go along with it.
Very clean there from Ride, being able to just keep on going. And now, wait, what? He didn't get it? Did he get off on it? Did he accidentally reload? Am I crazy?
No, I think that once the little beep happens, your kit gets canceled. It was, I think it was half a second. Oh,
that's
no.
so unfortunate. I mean, I definitely thought that he had more than enough time there, but apparently not. And that means that PTS is going to take it here. Very clean and unfortunate for GameSport. That's going to kind of hurt them. That was the one round where they had rifles, and now they're back to being broke.
And we are sending forward a charge of the MP9. Who is that? Yagrin? Yep. And with the support of Tricep, they're able to find DBS and upgrade on the gun while the pistol keeps on striking. Clapcom finds 2 somehow, miraculously. This is the catalyst that GameSport needed. And PTS have been put down to 2, although they do have better guns. I wouldn't say that for too long. Vova Triceps was able to find the AK off the dead corpse on top mid.
Look at Coot. Going on in, might be able to find one close right, and just the timing spots the shadow out. Now, disappeared. Wait, where'd it go? Now it's in the cubby. He's a little bit close. One Done. And there you go. Finally shutting it down. But unfortunately, in a 2v4, you are trapped. The bomb carrier lost. And where are you going trying to flash out? And you get pushed. The timing, not exactly ideal. Now, Wobie, 28, needs to get 3 kills.
Oh, and look at GameSport. Not only did they win that somehow with a pistol, but at the same time, now they're fully on AKs and MP9 for Jaggerin, which could be upgraded if Wobie goes down, which I think will be the case. I imagine GameSport are looking to hunt him down the second they have the comfortability that the round has already been done and dusted. But the clutch is still possible. 1v3 normally isn't expected, especially under these circumstances. But hey, Bobby's given a bit of a try, gets 1 kill, the bare minimum to deal some economical damage to Game Esport. But in general, it comes down to their round, and now 2-4, starting to maybe close in that tide.
Yeah, 2-4 here, and pretty clean of a eco for this team, GameSport. I mean, I think they were a little bit upset about losing the round to the bomb timer, but now they're kind of locked in. They're getting a lot more shots. They're getting the timings right to punish this team. And GameSport wants to just keep locking down PTS Esports. But PTS ain't done. They still have enough economy to buy. But look at how much is left. Relying on this op to try to really cut the bases here and keep them in the lead. It's a big push up the mid. And that's going to be the first blood, second blood. But Wobie gets the trade. But unfortunately, trades are returned. And that is 3 for the price of 1. Ooh, op shot. That actually did connect all the way through. Are we going to be able to see that CT player getting out of that position?
Ticket has not been cleared, limited vision-wise by that smoke, but in general, PTS missed a great opportunity by not setting their up player up on that top mid. In the meanwhile, someone's approaching jungle with an AK, but does not succeed in his mission. Galepka's able to shut down DPS, and now in a 1v4 with a treasure on your back, Cowton can only do so much with that point-and-click adventure. Yes, it's fantastic for 1v1, but once you get outnumbered, or even you unexpectedly swing towards tickets, there's not much you can do as Game Esport. Oh my.
Yeah, very clean recovery from Game Esport in those last 2 rounds. I think that we did see a little bit of a misplay there, not going for the save in a 1v4, instead trying to clutch up with no money in the back burner. So very unfortunate. And that mid push definitely could use some work, but it's okay. PTS is technically still in the lead now, 3-4. If PTS is able to just take this round, let the game get tied up, they might be able to bring it back. But GameSport, they have momentum.
They have momentum, and just one small extra thing. They're not on pistols, so PTS might have themselves a difficult time here. But hey, we have seen GameSport come back with pistols. They have won a full-on round against PTS on a full buy. So who says it's impossible, right? 4 players set aside, 3 right, crouching up towards this con, will be met quickly by Courage if he does stay patient to that position. And yeah, this entry here might be all that they need. One's already mowed down. Quickly back up. They don't feel the rush energy anymore as the smoke is there to extinguish. A couple of shots through it. Return back to center likewise, but none connecting. To take that high ground, you're damaged quite heavily as Courage is able to find the second. And again, PTS, they don't have much of a choice but to try and take out any of the GameSport players.
Yeah, you just have to do damage, maybe find yourself with a rifle in hand, but that's not a good angle. Courage is just going to be able to shred right on through DPS, and now 2 players remaining, pistol only, stuck in the mid. You do have Pixin with that Deagle wanting to maybe try to make their mark, and Courage wants to get even more aggro. The one thing about GameSport is they are not giving any space over to PTS. They are very locked in just playing slow and guaranteeing them this round.
Slow and steady wins the race. GameSport proving that exactly. They haven't had the best of starts, right? They didn't really kick us off with a 4-0 or such, but they're coming back stronger than ever. Courage is able to pick up once more because he's feeling hungry. Triceps as well wants a bite of it. And now an equalization on the round count. GameSport have themselves an opportunity to even overtake PTS.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance that GameSport completely 180s this game around ever since they managed to fix that economy. But remember, that was an eco round, so we can't really look at this next round thinking that there isn't a chance for PTS to just pull out the AKs and shred through. But it's the op in Vova's hand that I think is going to be the big issue, because outranging that, you got to be a pixel perfect peeker.
You do. We haven't seen too many pushes be leaning in towards this B side. Maybe PTS are looking to change things up, but in the meanwhile, still extremely focused on overtaking mid. With the amount of connections you can establish from mid alone, definitely seems worth it, but the battle and entry can be quite rough. Proven here as Bobby's already down to 15 HP and hefty amount of damage. Coton right from below, spots the head, able to find the headshots, and that's Glebka to the first to fall. Game Sport, not the best of starts, but again, they still hold coverage over both these sites.
And if you just keep on holding on, remember, this team is not too aggressive, but DPS not checking the corners is going to be executed, and the trade-off from Bova, huge play, but one more, and does not get the flick, but might just get the pick. You see one in heaven, and doesn't get the flick either. He's just not hitting these, and P250's swerved around the corner, but it's a 2v3, and he needs to wait for Yagurin, who is able to spot one. Flash doesn't really quite connect. Spots the elbow. Executed. One more. On site. Dinks him. Doesn't kill him, but Vova's going to be there with the op. 3 HP and a dream. It's just going to be Vova. Wanting to now inch up. Knows that there's not a lot of time left. There is a defuse kit. And he might just go for the stick. Oh, right through the smoke. Unfortunate there, but a very clean attempt from Game Esports to clutch it up. But PTS, they're very happy. They managed to walk away with a round.
Yeah, a round after a couple. You know, it took a moment. GameSport got themselves 3 in a row, but that consecutive spree needed to stop. And PTS, considering this is their map, they want to find themselves a bit more comfortable on this T side. So a 5-4. Off to a better start, or off to a better made game, but in general, they do want to have this split B1, so 2 more rounds, you're going to be in that comfort zone, but in the meanwhile, PTS are starting to change things about, because now Apps is going to be their full focus.
All right, Apps is going to be a first. I think this is the first Apps rush that we've seen. We've seen splits before, but all 5 players wanting to push together to just get on that point. Very clean here as they just walk around the corner, and oh my god, Yaga actually going to be able to grab one. The M4 shredding through the MAC-10 user, but it's about the backside and this crossfire. They line up for it. 2, 3. Oh my god, what a play from GameSport. Beautiful positioning.
Whoa. You put a gun in Glebka's hand and you get a round in its entirety? PTS checked all but the one of the most important angles. Short. You gotta keep an eye out for short. Send a player down there, maybe put some pressure towards mid so the player gets distracted and you can make your entry onto a smokes utility, whatever you have. But considering PTS won a round and that's the buy they ended up going with, economical side of things isn't going to be the best here for T side, but considering I would say this is a bit more CT sided of a map, PTS aren't doing the worst, but again, GameSport, they are definitely looking to get back into the thing with a lot more, I would say, proactivity considering the guns. But hey, Edo, we talked about a giveaway earlier. Do you want to remind us what it's about?
Yeah, I would actually love to talk to you guys about our first giveaway code here. Remember, if you guys check out our gleam.io link, you can head there, input one of the many codes we're going to be giving you throughout the stream to increase your chance at winning this knife. And we actually have the first code for you during this timeout. It's going to be AIM Boost, one word, AIMBOOST. If you guys want to go check out AIM Boost on gleam.io, put that code in for a chance to win the knife. I believe we are going to be seeing it, but if you are listening to my voice, now's the only time you got to use this one-time code and show up, show out, get yourself some additional entries as we're getting into this next round.
Into the next round, PTS have maybe been dealt quite a blow, but what's the response? Try and swing into it even more heavily with lesser chances, but hey, ambition at the very least, because we see 3 Tech 9s across the roster, which is something that we just love in on seeing. You push 3 players in one alley with the Tech 9s, they're going to be coming out with blood, and bloodshed it will be, because the first to fall will be Right Eagle with an instant plan right on after it. Nothing to stop it. We do see one from Glebka, but again, a player for Games has fallen, and by this point, you want a sort of dominance, but you can't do it because you have no information, although you can always rely on Glebka to do the job. Has been the dominator of the past few rounds, gets the nade out, clears the space, but time is starting to run out and you're not all stacked up with defuse kits. No, rather they are, but they gotta be worrying about bullets a bit more as only one remains. Cordage to finish the job. And GameSport are back in the lead.
Very clean there. Now 6-5. We are approaching a very close half. Back and forth now battles from both of these teams in the late game. But GameSport has momentum. Luckily, PTS has understood the game of economy. They will be able to drop a buy. But honestly, when you have players like Lepka, when you have players like Vova dropping 12 and 13 kills, maybe you're going to need an aim boost of yourself. That's a reminder. Go check out our code for the Gleam.io. Type in aim boost to hopefully win a knife, and maybe we can see what this team is going to be able to pull through with, as Vova Triceps and the rest of the team looking a little clean. The op being the main factor in if they can actually push these angles efficiently.
Both teams full buys. PTS lacking on utility considering there's a flash and a molly spread between Zayak and DPS. In general though, still should be good enough for the last round of the first half, and you want to make it count as much as possible. Again, taking any rounds away from GameSport is the primary goal, the main attraction for PTS. Smoke there to deny them once more to clear it out, but you're not checking your cubbies, are you? Obby's able to pick up triceps, but now we see Courage get away with what has been given to Games Esport. But in the meanwhile, the mobile for PTS continues as PXN picks up another along the way. A bit of a drive-by. Yasagan and Glepka, you want any player in a 2v4 spot. These are your two people to go with. PXN falls, but the plant has gone down on another site.
Yeah, not really the best position to be if you're GameSport, especially with now down one player. Vagran going in, and he gets executed. DPS cleaning it up, and 6-6 means that we have a tied half with, yes, Coot getting a clean 16 kills to carry their team into a tied game. And now PTS Esports on the CT side is going to have a much more favorable outlook on letting these players walk right into your crosshair.
Oh, what an entry from PXN here. Really would consider it game-changing, but again, in general, Game Esport, what they did most correct here against PTS was the distraction. They set most of the CT players towards this A site so they can get themselves an opening on B, an easy plant, and by the time the CT wanted to come back and defuse it, it was already a bit too late. All was established, all was given. And now 6-6 split, we're back to the pistol, and once more, this is going to be the decider of who ends up taking the lead.
Alrighty, now the decider coming in with a very aggressive hold W moment, pushing out a pilot, and we are going to see 1-2 get executed, and another flick here coming out here, another one from Zyke, and they have to keep going. Now it's just Vova Triceps who has to run. Unfortunately, not in a position with that bomb, needs to get out of here, but can't do it without the bomb ticking away on the ground. One close right, and it's an execution from PXN.
Single tap between the eyes. That's why the CT find it so comfortable to be on these pistols. The USPS can truly be a monster in moments such as these when you're on even grounds and, well, the enemies rock a pistol that needs, what, 7 body shots to take a player out? Brutal stuff. But now PTS established themselves a better spot on the backside of things. They get themselves the M4A1S, a lot of MP9s, a FAMAS even, which is looked down upon by many. But when you're going up against pistols, it certainly works.
All right, where are these T's gonna be blasting out of right now? I'm looking at Palace here, and they're just gonna hold W. MP9 1 and done. Only one, as we see Courage getting another one, but DPS is on, and look at this. They're just out and doing enough damage to try to get this plant. PTS Esports, they're definitely in the lead, but that is a clean way of getting on site and getting that bomb planted. But look at the side shot there. One more executed, and oh, DPS, close quarter combat. MP9 versus Glock.
Not much of a competition, but hey, PTS, they get the defuse. Plenty of time remaining, unlike previously, but now GameSport lie 2 rounds below. They have been able to rack up a couple of bucks, and considering they're going up against the bonus of PTS, they will have an advantage utility and gun-wise, so this is truly a time to bring it back once more. But GameSport, you lose this round, it's going to get a lot more difficult, and you will need to look forward towards the long run of this map. Again, PTS, this is their map pick, and it's clearly showing why.
Let's see if this map pick is going to be hopefully not following through the same. A burn, a kill, a spray, and mid is getting absolutely shredded through. We just watched a whole lot of death, a team worth of wiping, and one left in connector, having to now make it through. This is the top frag for PTS. This is their chance of really just ending it off, but a 1v3, not easy.
3 players spread out. and they decide to go for the safer route. And in the meanwhile, Glepka, a bit curious if anyone's on top mid, spotting out, ironically, the final player of PTS, finding the last kill needed to win out round number 6, or rather 15, the 7th for GameSport, as now they've been able to get themselves on a better spot. PTS, on the other hand, are going to be in a dire need of do or die. They get themselves this round, or their economy crashes.
Their economy might just crash here, 8-7, but the op just 1-2. Ooh, I wish that we saw the timing shot, but no, DPS, instead of giving up the fact that they have an op, would rather just take it slow, play away from that smoke, and wait around the corner. Mid, again, another very hyper-aggressive play style here from GameSport, trying to just immediately take all of this space, and it's working well for them, but are we seeing the point blank? They spot one, and oh my god, he gets it, but that's it. One up in market heaven. Nice clean from there, and another spray down from this Palace player. 2 down and 1 to go. It's just the one stuck on site, and PTS will be another round up.
Well, PTS, when pressure rises upon them, they can really use that to mold themselves into this perfect pitch team that they need to win a couple of these rounds. Like earlier, again, I don't know how they got away with that pistol, but they play so perfectly once they are overpressured by GameSport, and they did it once more. This was a moment where they knew they had to win, and well, they did, because they counted on themselves and on each other. So they played that team where GameSport didn't have much of a way of counteract it, and as much as PTS were on the supposed side of their economy crashing, it ended up being a vice versa, as now GameSport Deagles Tech9's in a dream.
And let's hope that that dream comes to fruition here, as they are again trying to be very aggressive out of Palace. You have DPS though in a perfect spot to just wait. And 1 and 2. DPS clean with it, spots out another, and will not be shut down. 3 for him. But wait a minute, it's all a fake. You got to get the bomb plant, and you just commit. You stick it, and it's planted. But how long can you hold it? Will you be executed?
Yeah.
You're done.
Quick answer. But in general, honestly, still a good attempt. Still a good attempt. PTS pulled one of these on against GameSport, and, you know, you can't fool the master. You can't fool a master at his own tricks. As now PTS will be reaching the race of the double digits. 10 rounds for their name, and looking to reach that match point as soon as humanly possible, but before giving GameSport even a chance to reach their score and equalize it out once more. It's happened before, but they don't want it happening again. Again, we're going into this match with a lot of unexpected statistics. While some of these players from PTS, like DPS, like PXN, have been absolutely performing, I still hope to see GameSport do the same, because we still got to give credit to players like Globka, Boma Triceps, and Cordage.
Yeah, they're doing so good here, but I need to see if these ops are going to be able to just keep on playing it up. Double digits is already on the board here for PTS. They're definitely in a favorable lead. You can see why it's their map pick, as CT is a little bit sided, and PXN very aggro. First time we've seen an underplay go so well for this team, and now DPS wanting to keep that aggression. It's kind of the flip. GameSport very passive on the CT side, but look at this kind of aggression. Already pushed all the way up and forcing Vova out of their angle. Has to now take a fight against the player in Van. Very smart plays.
Huge. Another one falls, but this time it's first blood, first contact, an opening here for GameSport, or at least for their favor. They're able to return their loss. Now, although Globka might have been a huge asset in the later part of the round, it matters not. PTS are still looking for the worst case scenario, which will be this A push. They have 2 players set up towards it, one on ticket, one on stairs, even some support coming in from the side of markets. GameSport are being really cautious, playing a bit of that mind game, having PTS second guess themselves if it's going to be B or A, but 4 players for game here, they're ready to go.
They're ready. They have to lock this in. DPS now wanting to just find a little opening. Lots of damage to 1, but unfortunately, this is still a 4v4. We're going for it. 1 shot down. Another one. Oh, Courage clean from the high ground, and now they're getting aggro. They want to try to get this space, and Wobie, I think, has the timing here, but does he have the aim? He does. Executes Jaggerin. And now, DPS finally showing up. The smokes are faded. No more utility to slow this team down. It's just going to come down to aim here. Maybe an HE explosive, but that's really all they have. time's ticking. They need to start moving fast. Are they going for a save?
I think it's the best choice you have. Yeah, it's going to be a 3v save. Well, a 3v1 now with a save for Vabi. It was a good attempted execution here by Eagle, but really didn't hit the mark there. The bomb will be taking out Red Eagle, so that's at least a nice little side objective by some of these PTS players, but in the end, not much they could have done. Low HP, wanted to reserve the gun for the following round. Might have been the best pick here, even though it was a risk at the very end, but Vabi ended up still finding that AK to continue on with. The GameSport, now they're only 2 rounds behind. They've been constantly lurking in the shadow of PTS.
Yeah, they've been lurking a little bit too much behind, but GameSport might just be able to take it back if we see more rounds like that. But at the T side, oh no, we've seen this full stack before. We've seen how it kind of failed, but that was with switch sides. So will they be able to just set up this crossfire properly? Nade out. Ooh, it actually bounces right back into Kurtage, and they drop on in, and look at that tracking. 1 player down, 2 player down. Might be able to see another one as we see more spray. Wobby getting another, but oh, it's Vova's op who's able to finally make a break in it, but Wobby, the crossfire's too much. Whoa. Vova, another one, 2 down, a road for a potential ace clutch here from Vova, but with only an op, it's not going to be easy. They spot the head of 1, they have to back it up.
Low HP, the shot makes itself be known, and Vova with an instant back down, at least making it sound like it. So wanting to bait out some of these players, have seen some of the shots from the AK go through the smoke, and DPS will be extremely cautious around it. Don't want to get exposed too much. Right next to it, a single bullet, and it connects. Unfortunate for Vova, who was actually almost got away with it. I gotta hand it to him, but PTS Esports are now 1 round away from match point in game. We're looking to deny it, but with what they're going to be able to offer, I think they're going to have to save for this round.
Yeah, I mean, they might just have to save here, but I gotta say, how do you anticipate Vova's positioning in that smoke? Very clean here. 11-8 now for PTS. Such a clean turnaround, and now a timeout is being called by GameSport, who really wants to try to rear this in. So, with that being said, as it's map 1, we do have 1 code to give away, which we have, but if you did miss it, if you're now joining the stream, check out our wonderful code here, AIM Boost, AIMBOOST. Use that in our Gleam.io giveaway, and you have a chance to win a StatTrak knife. But let's see if we are going to be seeing a little bit more from this team, as GameSport, they have to start gaming up and maybe just making a game plan that can have them turn this game around.
Yeah, 100%. They should probably also enter the night giveaway like everyone watching right now. It is pinned in the chat, so get yourself involved. But in general, like we talk about it, they have to get themselves involved, at least if they want to take away the map from PTS. Now, we don't know how comfortable they are going to be on the road, but PTS right now do seem to be the favorites going in towards Mirage. Ancient is going to be a towel on its own, but focusing onto this one, GameSport are going in for quite the gambit. They are going in for a force buy with 1 AK, the rest being Tech 9s and a Deagle. May their souls be blessed.
I mean, that's definitely one way to say good luck, have fun. Kutin now getting another clean op shot right through the smoke here. Up close and personal. It's a spray down, but it's a Tech 9 close quarter combat. Definitely going to be favoring 1, and the headshot coming out now. They fully have the A site here. Kurtage wanting to really pop off and try their best to lock it in, but we're approaching the end of this round, the end of map 1. And can we see another crazy play here from this CT player? Looks like no, they get punished. Kurtage is gone, and it's now 3-2-2.
All right. GameSport truly feeling blessed. They got themselves upgrades, and all 3 players walking through the fire and the flames, taking a tick of damage, while in the meanwhile, all love down to Coden and Bobby. One of them peeking out, ticket exposed. That's going to be a fall, leaving it to the final remnant, who's trying to fight it, but mid-jump into Khan. A questionable decision that does go punished by GameSport, who are now starting to once more crawl up to the scoreline of PTS, who I get to wonder, you know, their economy's kind of similar as Games was in the previous round. Or at least in this round, are they going to go for the same gamble? Are we going to see another Tech 9 army that actually succeeds?
I would hope so, but I mean, we're already leaning towards the next map here being Ancient. So, I mean, it's going to be very interesting if you guys haven't checked out those map picks and bans. But what I'm looking at is PTS calling for a timeout, calling for one more buy. I think Wobie is committing to it, so they might just force up here against these rifles, because I think they know if we manage to kill Glubka, if we manage to kill Rio, we can't just stop 2 players from having a rifle altogether during our final round. It's a little bit of a gamble here, but the gamble can pay off, and if it doesn't, that kind of gives them a 50% chance of making it to overtime, which is huge for game esports. So it definitely is going to have to come down to DPS with this op. It's going to have to come down to very aggressive play styles getting rewarded, because, you know, high risk, high reward.
High risk, high reward, but at the same time, you have to consider it. Game Sports still have the opportunity of taking this without even needing to go into overtime. Regulation is still within their grasp. They need, what, 4 rounds right now? If PTS do not win this one out, that's going to be 2 already gone, so it's not too far stretched. But hey, we're going to have to let time do its thing, while in the meanwhile, PTS prepping up for an A defense with 3 other players, 4 players headed in that direction, and Gabe perfectly reading into it, as this has been quite an uncommon occurrence, but it seems Apps is going to be the major direction here for the T side.
All right, taking it a little bit slow, but wait a minute. The 4 stack over on the other side of the map. We could see a very early flank from Zivik. Might be able to be just enough, but again, I'm looking at Vova. Op in hand. This guy's been so clean on it on the opposite side, but will we see the connection? It's really down to DPS versus these players, and they're not really finding much time.
Right through mid, have had a great opportunity. Game didn't catch a glimpse of it, but now PTS still don't have a clue as of what could be happening. And you talk about Vova, you talk about those triceps, but most importantly, you talk about these kills, as Game have already put 3 of the PTS players down into their grave. Zag Vixen trying to deal a bit of damage, gonna go so unsuccessful because Kurtage is shutting them down once more. And a 1v5. Yeah, Zag definitely has this, right? A 1v5 post plants. Who doesn't clutch these out?
Huge. Doesn't clutch it out. I mean, he's got $50 to his name. If they lose this, it's 11-10. They don't have enough rounds to build up their economy before GameSport builds up theirs. And unfortunately, that means that GameSport is in a perfect position to 180 this round as long as no one dies. They have everything they need to keep it going. And will we... Oh, I think they hear... Nah, they do lose 1 and give an AK over. That could be the make or break, but 2 more players are about to be fighting, and he's walking back first into an entire team.
Honestly, a good exchange towards the very end, but GameSport recognized the opening there. PTS, they've been on a rough start, and if they let that AK pass on into the next round, it could have been troublesome. It could really have been something to worry about, so even if you risk 3 players for it, it's a risk worthy in the end, especially considering they still got Zayak in that end stage, and now 11-10. GameSport on a better eco should be able to close this round out as well, meaning we're going to have ourselves a spot of, like you said, Edu, make or break.
Yeah, make or break here. Pistols versus GameSports rifles. I mean, the funny thing is it has happened before. We have seen it not only in Plausible Gaming, but also in this game itself for these eco rounds to really pop off. But spot in the right-hand corner. The Deeg able to get away. Look at the positioning. They hear everyone now pushing up cap, but wait a minute. They've completely left A open, and they get a little bit too aggro there, and will be the first to go down. Does leave Yaga at 4 HP, though.
Yeah, must be very confident going into any future gunfights, considering even a USP is going to be enough to finish the job with a single bullet. One attempting to go for the flying goes very unsuccessful. Right Eagle just able to shut Zyg down in that very moment. And PTS, as much as I do commend people for trying to play safe and saving, you don't really have a lot to lose. GameSport, on the other hand, have some treasure on their body that you could possibly claim going into the following round that might be able to secure you that overtime or regulation victory. So I'd full send it, but GameSport, I guess they don't want to give over any extra money.
It seems odd that they don't. They should read that the enemy team is loaded. They've lost 3 in a row now. And they also should know that they don't have armor. They're not really worth anything saving. So getting into this next round, that save economy is going to be all that they got, and they need to win it if they want to be able to stay in this game. If GameSport takes map point, they are completely broke again, and GameSport will have to just win out another rifle versus eco. So I don't know. I think PTS in the late game is a little bit staggered in their buys.
I have to see this all come down to it, as PTS, for the players able to comfortably afford some of these rivals, and PXN, the sore thumb, being out with a Deagle who might even come to surprise us. But GameSport, again, like you said, they've been loaded from rags to riches, even though they've had a rough beginning. PTS have been dealt an even rougher end, is now trying to push into apps. Huge shot from Triceps to take Zayak out, and that was the only player, besides this one around Pillar, on towards that short side, getting instantly taken out by the same player. Triceps gets PXN. PTS are left down with two players who, this time around, can definitely save, have a lot more value on their bodies, and certainly want to make sure the next round counts, because otherwise, Edu, we might be having ourselves a 13-11.
Yeah, we might just see a little bit of a complete 180 here, and with two players up, they're saving. They're saving. They want it. They're now going for the overtime, and they're being hunted. Courage wanting to keep on padding them stats. DPS wants to go for a swing, but this is so aggro. Just gotta be patient. Don't let the ADHD game get to you. You spot out one.
No.
Courage spots. DPS is here, high ground though, and the tracking. This is what DPS is known for. Clean track and around the corner, but knife is out and you're walking right into death.
Right into the loving hands of Glebka. No one escapes him, that's for sure. GameSport have again wiped out the entirety of PTS because they recognize that they are not allowed to get away with a save, meaning no M4A1Ns go into this round. Maybe a couple of players, a rare few, can afford them, but in general, the CT side is going to have themselves a troublesome time into this, what is going to be a plausible final round. But I guess we are still going to have to wait and see. We do see an op here on one of these players. Cowton so highly praised for it, but the first to fall thanks to Glebka, and well, off to a bad beginning once more, and what could be the possible final round.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit surprising here, and look at the positioning from Gleb. Another one down. Oh god, it's just going to be an op to try to clutch this up, and PTS Esports, this is their map pick, but something's just turning it around completely. I think what we need to be looking at is this going to end now. I mean, a minute 15, a full team inside of apartments ready to unleash themselves onto that B site.
PTS, 3 players to rely if you want to keep Mirage your own map within that Dragon's grip. But on the other hand, you have GameSport, clear advantage, chances heightening up with each move they make, and even mid being cleared by Courage, as 2 players to rely on. DBS and Pixon both approaching market. One-dimensional push and 5 players to go up against. What's the fight they're going to put up? Smoked and mollied out with not much of an entry or exit from the current situation. Glebka being unable to find the pre-last, trying to find the last, successful while at it, and Game Esport or GameSport will be your winners of match number 1. And a great way to start off the first map. I guess, Edu, we still do keep the enemies winning each other's maps within tradition.
Yeah, it just happens. Whenever you vote for a map or you try to go on that map, maybe it's more just like a confidence booster, but what a game. I mean, it really wasn't how they played the map specifically. I think it was how they played what they had to buy with. I mean, their macro of that economy, a lot of the time, I think they lost 4 rounds because of it, back to back to back, because they just kept forcing up, or they chose to force and took a high risk, a high reward with no results. So with that being said, I'm hoping that game 2 is going to be better here, Puffo.
Yeah, 100%. But before we get into the second match here, which will be ancient for anyone that isn't aware, we're going to be going to a short break, so stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Chasing, put you everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team, and if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving, and you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past, and you'll see that you always had it inside. Is the key to make the most of this life. Believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your Let's go. Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best. Teach a system, I invest, never hidden, I ain't scared. Ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing now. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
And welcome back. I hope you didn't miss us too much, because we're going into map number 2 after a 13-11 loss, which was won by PTS Esport, or no, actually it was GameSport that ended up winning it. I just got my terms mixed up there, but in general, we're going to be now heading onto the GameSport map. So GameSport ended up winning PTS map, and now by tradition PTS should win theirs, and we get ourselves the decider. But it's still me, Puffa Bob, on the microphone alongside Edu. And Edu, what do you think? Do you think we're going to keep it within tradition?
Honestly, the way that they were playing the macro in the early game, I think it definitely leans that GameSport might just have a better head on their shoulders. I mean, they're playing really clean right now, and they're not getting punished for any mistakes that they're making. And you know, you look over in retrospect, there's a lot of punishment happening for one team. So if I were to, like, you know, say what's going to happen, I'm expecting a 2-0 and we go into our second semifinal. But that's not me talking down on PTS. I think that GameSport is just a team that has come in with a lot more caution, and they play it slow and they play it smart. And I think that's the biggest thing that you have to do when $500 is on the line.
100%. We have $500 for the grand final winner tomorrow, or in general. But when it comes down to it, we also have a giveaway ongoing right now. It is pinned in the chat as of the moment. The link, you can access it too. And of course, we're still going to be dropping a couple of secret codes within each map from today onto tomorrow. So keep your ears peeled out, because, you know, you don't want to be missing extra chances of getting yourself that beautiful Star Trek knife. But we're going into the second map. It's going to be Ancient, right from Mirage. Different territories, but similar build when it comes down to the importance of mid. What are we thinking? Ancient. Do we like it?
Well, Ancient is definitely one of those maps where you can find a lot of value in those early fights, but I think if you're a cautious team and if you just hold those angles like we saw GameSport playing, you do have an advantage in that mid spot because of how aggressive that usually you need to be on the CT side. But if you're on T, GameSport very happy, or sorry, GameSport very happy in the angle that they have here. So I would say, with Ancient specifically, it actually is going to come up with the lurks that we're going to be seeing, and it's going to come down to how good your utility is. One clean flashbang can completely cripple a site for a lot of these maps, and Ancient is probably the most susceptible to good utility usage. You have a lot of these cubbies and corridors that you burn off, smoke off, and flashes can absolutely just change the game. You look at Mirage, for example. That is a map where a site is massive. All right, you have a lot of places to hide and a lot of util that you need to use to cover it. But in Ancient, the sites are tiny. You just have one smoke and you're pretty much set up for getting yourself a bomb plant. So I think that the T side is going to be very happy, and the CT side is going to need to be very aggressive here if they don't want to give up too much space too early.
100%. You want to be especially extremely cautious of some of these angles like ramp, where the T side makes an easy entry, and of course that going in towards main on A as well. But in general, Ancient is definitely going to be a fun map, I imagine, for both these teams, but it is going to be picked out by GameSport. So yeah, statistically they should be having an easier time. But with how Mirage went, I wouldn't be too sure. I still think that PTS have themselves an opportunity. They kind of have used the previous map as a learning curve. We have seen them evolve throughout the match. It was just GameSport that gave away too many rounds at the very beginning that ended up being the largest cripple to their strategy. But going into this next map, I don't think we're going to be seeing that again. I think GameSport are going to be a bit more prepared in the early phases. Speaking of which, let's head into map number 2 of the best semifinal.
Yeah, let's see it. Obviously, game 1 here did go a little long. Let's see if PTS Esports is about a 180 this around. Remember, I mean, this could be a map pick mentality, and that shutdown will definitely be pretty clean. So, Kurtage wanting to now just move on up, spots themselves a little chance here.
Pistols initiated once more. Smokes out, flashes like you mentioned.
Oh, DPS he just juked him. He went right through the smoke.
But GameSport have themselves a plan, so DPS here could definitely be a potential wounder, but as of the current, PTS don't really seem to be having too much of a move on.
Oh no, because the CT side is actually pushing right on into Yaga, DPS is going to be kind of red here. They know that this guy's stuck, and look at that. Yaga on the flank gets one. The execution from the crossfire. Now it's just Wabi wanting to push up while his teammate doing as much damage as possible. And a one-tap here. Uh-oh. The bomb. It's ticking. They don't have a lot of time. They have to run on the site. Knife out. What are we doing? We're trying to knife a guy.
What? What? God, not like this. You're supposed to cooperate with your teammate to get the kill with your pistol in hand, go for the reload, and maybe they recognized it was a bit too late. But still, finding that kill at the very end would have been a bit influential going into the following round. But hey, you know, at least attempting to go for a bit of fashion never hurts. Although GameSport are going to be starting off with round number 1, a plant and a successful explosion, with your last player surviving up until it as well. So kind of is going to be quite good. We see 3 Galils as well with a swag 7 on Cowton.
Oh, but MP9 in a good angle, but this is why the util's so good. That Molly just completely stopped anything that they were wanting to do. So much of this utility is going to be funneled into very tight corridors, and now Kurtage wants to try to push on in with his team. They can assume PTS is a little bit stacked here for the entrance, and Kurtage joined here with Glebka wants to just rush on out. The smokes are in. They have everything they need, and they still have so much utility to work with. This is why this map is just so clean. And that's a clean kill, and another one down. It's a clean up. Everyone's getting executed. We do see PXN getting one, but will the 5-7 be enough? Will we see DPS doing what they can?
I don't think so. I really think not. Count is coming up on the T-spawn. Even attempting to cut some of these players off. Gets caught, but the gun you're currently rocking is the best on the range you're working with. And, you know, Triceps might be in recognition of it. Just tries to take the long-range gunfight. In the meanwhile, Counton going to be stepping up towards mid. But in general, GameSport have the plan. PTS are not looking to contest it, nor do they expect a victory or round out of it. So they're just going to have to let it go while savoring their own lives for now. Some of these GameSport players are still very caught up with Counton's position, but in the meanwhile, he's really close to Courage and is going to be able to find him. What a brutal shot. An upgrade should be considered, but no, we're going to stick to that Swag 7 for now.
Yeah, why would we need to swap guns? Swag 7's everything you need on a map like Ancient. But jokes aside, I think that it might be all you need for places like Donut. It could be a really solid angle for you guys to play in. But at the end of the day, the loss bonus is what they're kind of relying on early in this round, as they have a decent buy with some Swag 7s and some digs, but they have more than enough money where next round they're actually going to be able to walk in here with a very solid economy. And again, I think PTS is gambling a lot on the risk reward of buying out full rifles here, as Rio just reads and executes. The largest gun in the game for the CTs is on the ground.
It's on the ground, and a single tap by Bobby, having Yagerin's head rolling off his shoulders. Unfortunate return here. PTS do manage to establish a bit of ground when it comes down to the man count. But as of the moment, their set initiation will be towards not a single contestant. They do not recognize that, though, how open this site is, as PTS are setting up for a fully standing backstab. 2 players in the spawn of GameSport. Mollies are out. There's no contestant. GameSport just let it rip.
Let it rip. And let the bullets fly. 2 are down now. Rio, very clean. And now PXN is going to be walking up, and trying to get 2 picks down. But I am looking at that player, Rio, who's still just kind of toying with their food right now. And unfortunately, I think the main goal is just go down to the bomb or try to get a one tap like that. Now, definitely doable. We'll see the flick. We saw the body. Another one down. Hold up. They can actually turn this game. That's only halfway, but Vova is finally able to execute another. They spot one, but the dig doesn't quite connect. But will we see the follow-up? No more time to defuse, but these shots are all you need.
Zyg the Beast fights Triceps as well. And Courage is just seeking him out. Do we have another hand tap? No, we're not going to be seeing it. Courage able to stop it then and there. GameSport still come out with a player alive. And the third round as well. Now, PTS's quote-unquote buy maybe didn't find the succession it wanted, but it definitely dealt a hefty blow to the economical side of the T side. And now, the CT side, we saw it for just a split moment. They are going to be off to a full buy, but taking a look, Rio's influence on that round might just be outstanding. The flank completely denied. You set a single player aside to clear up 3 of the enemy team. That's value at its finest.
Yeah, that's definitely value here, and we can see some more value coming on up with a very aggressive play in mid. We actually haven't seen a lot of these plays yet. We've seen a lot more from the CTs getting free space here. Not a lot of contention, but GameSport, they're still 3-0, but the rifles are online here for us, Puffo, and I'm looking at PTS Esports, who unfortunately is kind of skittish. They're looking a little afraid.
Just a bit. Just a bit. I would be quite shaken up as well if I saw the plays that Eagle's able to put together. Right now, compared to the previous rounds, GameSport are still going according to how they usually do things. Very passive at the start point. Once they're sure that they have everything locked down, they full send it in. They're trying to make sure that all nooks and crannies are checked. As of the moment, util's being used as it should. The push should start coming in any second. Smoke's there to cover themselves. Backside will be contested, but not for much longer, as Courage will be limiting that down to 0 with a single spray. Bobby does return it onto Yagerin, but again, it's still not going to be value for PTS Esports as they're a player down and in the post plant as well.
Here we are. Swing out. Double kill down here, and they're all falling. Beautiful execution here from GameSport, and you look over at PTS Esports, who luckily with their loss bonus can still buy. They can still afford to lock this down, and I'm hoping that that's all that they need. I'm hoping that they have what it takes, but overall, I'm a little bit concerned for them.
You definitely could say that. I think we're all concerned here. PTS are not off to the greatest of starts, but it's similar to how the previous map went, so we can't speak too soonly. Although, again, they're going to need to kick things off sooner or later because GameSport are taking a lot of these rounds and even heading towards already a drawn-out half. With 2 more rounds, they're going to have themselves that 6, and by that point, they're already set good for the following half.
Here we go. Taking it a little bit slow here. We see one lurked up and the execution. MP9 versus Mac-10. It's the Mac-10 on top. Mac-10 and cheese. Make me dinner. Look at how they cook it. Look at now with 3 versus 5. You have 2 players set up over on the opposite end of the map, but we got 1 player who just completely took another site for free. The full rotation is going to be coming through, but will we see the execution from behind? No! Coot is going to just keep lurking up. They're not going to anticipate him being so close to them yet.
Kutin's playing the save game, wants to get as many bodies as possible, but will be within reach of one really soon. Right behind him, pulls out the knife, and there it is! A beautiful backstep onto Glepka, finds the AK as well. Great upgrade, and here starts some extra damage upon GameSport, who have already ascended their way towards A, or rather B, have only 2 players to clear off, able to find that flick onto the left. That's going to be Pixon to fall for first, have 1 more to take care of on that backlines, while Kutin is going to fall in the far on distance in the round for GameSport once more. Good attempt, but definitely MVP of that round for me personally goes to Kutin.
Yeah, very clean. I mean, that is pretty much a very nice little knife kill, but at the end of the day, GameSport, they're still up. You know, you can stab him in the back, but I don't think you could knock him down for the game. I think they will be able to just keep up this momentum. And yes, a knife is very clean, very fun. Definitely one for the highlight reel, but a little scary now is... Wait a minute, they might have built up some confidence. They're swinging out, but what an execution!
Whoa.
Fully blind! Just flicks on these kids.
They did not find the jackpot they were looking for. 3 players towards mid tried to contest that ground very early on, but with the smokes, you're going in blindly. And GameSport, on the other hand, have full vision, and they're able to execute it as bomb on towards A. Plan should be going down in any second, attempting to go in through Temple, but you're being held. One of your players does have the op, but is Cooking looking to gamble that away for the enemy team to capture upon it. I doubt they will, since, you know, 2 ops at once does seem quite ridiculous at times. Picks it up on close, try to swing on by, find any kills, but again, PTS went in with this round being a full buy, and they're going to lose it in a single moment.
Yeah, they might just absolutely get pushed back here, and that's not what you want to be seeing. You want to be seeing the best of the best play. You want to see the best of the best locking this in, but it's not going to be easy. Spray's now coming through. Molly gets a pick, and it's a save. A 1v5 in a 0-5, now 0-6 scoreline.
Detonation is off. The round is over, and GameSport have successfully done the unthinkable. 6 rounds in a row. With PTS, not much of a fight back. The bonus is slowly starting to show itself, as now they're going to be able, from this point on, secure themselves a decent amount of guns each round. But again, unless they're able to find results, GameSport are going to continuously pick up these rounds, and thankfully we get to see a tactical timeout. You have 3 of those. Might as well use one at an early point where you're at such a steep downfall.
Yeah, very steep downfall, and I think it's just the momentum from that last game of Mirage really leading into GameSport here. Timeout being called, not exactly ideal for GameSport's momentum to just, you know, take a little bit of a step back, but I mean, PTS Esports, they have an op that they've saved. They have a loss bonus that means that they can buy rifles again, but do you think that 60 seconds of talking to your team is going to be able to change things? I would hope so. I would hope that they're able to lock it in here, because PTS, they showed very high promise. It was a 13-11. They were in the lead 11-9, and now I think they're crumbling a little bit. So I'm hoping that they just get another head on their shoulders, and arguably, I got to ask, where do you think their weakest point is right now? What do you think they have to talk about in this moment?
It's their plans, it's their chemistry, it's their synergy. We're talking about that mid play, right? One player came out of the smoke. Then they waited half a second. GameSport found that kill. Another one came. Another one came. They're taking these initiations as if this was a comp match with solo queue being on the deck. GameSport, on the other hand, they're working as one. It's a bit more of a hive mind mindset, but in general, PTS, they need to get their stuff in and really put the team into teamwork. As much as they can definitely click heads, as displayed on Mirage, GameSport, they have that, plus the one-up on being a bit more coherent between each other. So, that's why these tactical timeouts are good. You have the time to talk things through, get the mental back in, and say to each other, lock in. But Kurtage locks you out. 3 kills for GameSport in an instant, maybe returned by one prior by Cowton, but that simply won't be enough to suffice, because once more PTS find themselves in a 4v1 clutch situation that is just unprecedented. And even after that tactical timeout, a 1 kill advantage, or at least 1 kill compared to the rest of the rounds, PTS, that is not enough that will suffice.
Yeah, it's not enough. And 0-6, I mean, about to be 0-7. Obviously, we saw that op being saved, but never mind. Wait a minute. Give them more 5-7s. That's all they.
Oh no.
Oh, he lives. Okay, that's all they need. Now, looking a little clean here, but Glebka going for a swing and death. Good attempt there from PTS Esports at the very end from DPS, but again, GameSport, they're just in the lead for such solid reasons.
Okay, if I was DPS in that situation, the second I pick up the kill onto the Opper, call me Usain Bolt the way I'm sprinting down that midline. I'm picking it up in an instant. Even if I know there's probably someone going to be holding me from Donut, you are not winning a 1v3. But good pickup anyways, although again, it's these small tad results that PTS seem to be working off of, while GameSport are on a far larger margin by just getting 0-7 already and continuing like they're going to be going down that line in similar fashion. No Zykes, they're just shut it down, and the refract won't be coming through. Flash of security, but it doesn't prolast. Glebka gets away with your kill, although still a good way to shut GameSport once and for all.
Yeah, once and for all. It's going to be very interesting to see if we can actually have one round for once and an execution. You tell me an op was in that player's hand. I couldn't tell you that, but now it's scary. This is a very scary game for PTS Esports. The momentum gone, and GameSport showing up and showing out with style. Hopefully, we're going to be able to see them lock this in as the spray. Oh, spots him out. Woby 28 waits for his teammate to get together. And Donut, DPS wants to try to push in, and what a flick! It was instant!
No, Jaggerin. That is nasty work. But BTS, it's still not impossible. A couple of taps headed towards game side, but in general, it's going to be very unplausible. Couple of shots to connect. Bobby finds the headshot, wallbang in combination for Glebka to fall. Great asset here, but again, you got yourself that 1 kill. Now PTS are left wondering to themselves, is that all we really need? Can we back off, go for the save, and hope that the next round will be a bit better now that we've taken a couple of kills? Although the economy for GameSport, I doubt it's going to be lacking for quite a couple of rounds, or maybe even arguably towards the end of the first half. We have players like Bubba Triceps, who is reaching over the 11k mark like Jaggerin. The detonation takes out Bobby. Truly unfortunate, but what's even worse to come is GameSport. They might be reaching double digits within this first half.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this economy from GameSport, I mean, they're looking pretty dang clean. And of course, they have enough money to get any item they need. And you guys might want to try to get on in for this giveaway we have for you at the halfway mark coming up soon. But of course, looking at GameSport, they have so much to work with here, and PTS is back again with a, I would call this a Frankenstein buy, a little bit of a mismatch from across the entire graveyard.
Yeah, really down in the dumps of desperation. In the meanwhile, though, we talk about that giveaway, right? There's going to be another code, so it will be clear call. CLEARCALL. Vova Tribesep finds Voby, so that's going to be a good opening contact. There's a full-on rush by PTS that isn't expected, but responded to accordingly as Jaggerin shuts 2 down in return of himself before going out. But it matters not. PTS are left once more in a situation they would rather not be, with 2 players below what GameSport have to offer. And again, for anyone that missed it, giveaway code secret will be clear call, CLEARCALL, full caps and together.
Yeah, very solid here. Now PXNN walking right on up, and Vova, I think, heard a misstep here, spots the barrel, and shoots him right in the groin. Leaves now 1 player left, DPS, who I was told can clutch these. So let's see if it's going to happen. Let's see if they lock it in, and I really hope so.
Yeah, he's definitely in the right mindset for clutching the opposite side of the map, an AK, and just crossing his arms out on that beautiful profile icon of his. But in general, what are you to do? When you're a DPS, you just want to have that AK for the following round. It's the best gun in the game, right? You just want to carry it on over, hoping that it's going to support you, at least claiming one or a couple that remain here. But GameSport able to lock it out. DPS still hunting down for some of these players to come in and approach from mid side. Won't be as successful to find any, but decides to take the initiative himself. And that got really dangerously close, but no result.
Yeah, very close here of a chance to get another pickup. But again, we're just seeing so much value. I mean, look at that spray. The fact that it took down 2 players here for the price of 1. We're seeing those trades just not favoring PTS whatsoever. And now we have a new gun back. We got the Swag 7 ready and rearing its ugly head for us, wanting to now pop off and do some real lock-ins. Let's see it.
Hey, don't you dare call my right-hand mag, my right-hand swag, ugly once more. I take that personally, okay? That is a beautiful gun. It has definitely shown a lot of value in this match, okay? But we're hoping that it shows just a bit more going into this one. Because in general, PTS need anything. They need anything. And I mean that literally. As much as I'd love to sugarcoat it in PTS, as much as they have that 13-11 on Mirage, it will not be mirrored onto the second map. Yagharin shuts quickly one down, distracted by his use of utility as PXN is able to get the refrag, but in the meanwhile, GameSport will not be stopping, or rather, will be stopped forcibly by PTS players, as now they're starting to put their foot down, have themselves an advantage for the rare time in a while. Klepkan and Ryo Eagle to start approaching spawn. They are able to take out the contender. Couldn't there falls one close on ramp. They have had the communication come on through by Isagra that once close and plays aggressive, but to take on the peak, he gets taken out quite quickly. Rio able to find 2 in an instant, and just like that, PTS, they had leverage for a moment, but just that moment has quickly been found out.
Here we go. DPS wanting to now lock this in right up close and personal. We do see a little bit of a swing coming in, and they spot him. DPS, unfortunately, not as skinny as he thought, but that's double digits in the first half, and we still got 2 rounds to go here, Puffo. 10-0. PTS Esports just wants to get 1 round, but I think that this scoreline, you look up at that, and it just kills your mental, wanting to give you any chance at trying to bring this game back.
Yeah, the mental here definitely will be a struggle, considering that you're already down in such a rough spot, right? You're down a map at series point against you, and 3 rounds away, while you haven't, 3 rounds away from the enemy team winning, while you haven't even been able to claim out 1, you're going to need a real mind. You're going to need the iron will going into this one, especially into the second half, especially into the following 2 rounds, because when I say they need anything, I am very down to the point with it. PTS Esports taking a tactical timeout to talk things through, get themselves asserted into this match once more, and hopefully, really hopefully, find a round.
Yeah, hopefully they find one. I mean, the second timeout being used here is a little bit bold, because now they have no more for the rest of the game, I believe. So it's going to be very interesting to see, okay, they've locked it in. They have buys. Again, though, I'm looking at the same stagger. A Swag 7, 3 M4s, and a FAMAS. This is the same buy they've used to lose so many games. But wait, that's different. DPS is pulling out the op with the swag on the back end. This is going to be very, very interesting to see if it connects. And nobody's on sites. They're just rushing through mid. They're getting aggressive. They're trying to take the fight to GameSport.
Trying to take it to them. And, well, right into the smoke. Hasn't been spotted out yet, but it's only a matter of time until that utility's gone. Takes a step out and has been waited for a long time. Kurtage alongside Rio Eagle. Find him out. That's 1 kill already against PTS. They have been on the losing side of these openings for quite a while now. And it might continue down that line unless Robbie has a saying about it. It is transferred back to the leverage of the T side, however. But again, PTS are taking this step by step. Not fully letting GameSport take full control just yet.
Not just yet. Hold up, PTS. This is the best that they've looked so far, but they've, again, still given up a sight here. They still have 3 players inching towards that A, and unfortunately, might be a little bit tough for them to actually get on in. Do have 1 player that can loop around Donut, but the lurk I'm looking at from Yaga, he's been very consistent in just finding these players on the rotate. Dude is 13 and 5, might be able to spot out DPS again.
DPS and his op, certainly terrifying aspects. But Jagger so much so more because he's been on his 14 kill streak within this match. While in the meanwhile, GameSport are able to find themselves that plant. It's PTS's 2 players to put up an effort of a fight. You spot out a player, you're able to find the kill. PXN still delivering a couple of casualties against the T side, but again, these small feats will not be enough to save it to you. No, Klepka, that is dirty. He just goes around in amidst that flash going off to also block out the sound behind his back and stabbing him cold in the shoulder. 11-0 GameSport, unrelenting. Oh no.
Wow. I'm just in shock right now. We saw a player get a perfect flashbang on a guy, have an AK and a deagle, and decided, I'm knifing him. Like, that's disrespect. That's disrespect. That is so fun to watch. And now PTS Esports, this is the last round of the half. Will we see them get one in the first half, or will this be a GameSport flawless?
Yeah, now at this point, for this first half, we are rooting for PTS because they at least need to put up a bit of a fight. GameSport, on the other hand, you guys just keep doing you. They are in the flow of it. They are not having a single bit of trouble. But in the meanwhile, PTS, not the best gun-wise, but definitely still a bit of ambition lurking around. We can respect them for trying their best with each given moment. But at this point, numbers are definitely telling a story, and it's not a light one for the kind-hearted.
Here we are. Let's see here. Just making some space. I am really curious. You see the mini-map? What's going on over there on A? What's going on in that little corridor?
Yeah, that is the pillaring tower of doom and despair from PTS. And even though they haven't read too well into this 8 push, which isn't going to be happening, GameSport have located themselves onto B. They are pushing back on towards this main, a bit of dinks here towards the side of Hova Triceps, who is holding all 3 of these players back, and even another one approaching from mid. PTS have started targeting some of the GameSport players, but it has gone against them. DPS finds Rio amidst all this chaos, but 2 players have gone against you. Now attempting to locate any extra value. Damage has not been given besides GameSport, who have already dealt enough by this point.
No. I think they got this. It's a 2v4. Very winnable. PXN, let's see what you can do. Hold that W key. Lock it in for us. Give us some clear comms. Let's see if they have what it takes. They are going right on in with the spray. Wubby able to grab Glebka down. Courage wanting to just keep it holding. And that is one down from Vova. And you can't save this time. It's last round. Where are you going? There you go.
It happens to the best of us. We all get lost in smoke at certain moments. But GameSport, they're not lost. They are far from it. 12-0. PTS on a 0 and going into the second half with a really crushed score. But hey, the comeback is still possible. Extremely low on chances, although just quick heads up on the scoreline. GameSport and PTS should be swapped, so anyone checking in right now, there it is. Now it's down to the pistol. PTS get themselves this round. You know, they get themselves the next, and then they only have 10 rounds more to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if GameSport could 12-0 them, PTS can bring the same energy, and you guys can bring the same energy. So listen to my clear call about our current giveaway code. Type into the Gleam.io chat, clear call, if you want to get your knife Stat Track Edition as the giveaway reward. But $500 on the line, 1 round to end it off. GameSport starts off with a very...
Oh, no.
Oh, this flank.
Not again. The Zeus!
The disrespect of the Zeus! We've seen a knife. We've seen a Dooley. We've seen a Zeus. We've seen everything. And hold up. PTS Esports wants the first round, starting it off in style.
Oh, 1 bullet. That's all that Klepka needs. But hey, he's still got a Zeus murderer right around the corner. Couldn't Pexon able to do a load for 2. And all that's left will be Agarin, who will not be able to remain. So PTS get themselves, what I would say, at least, according to what we've seen up until now, a dominant first round. This pistol has really gone their way, but again, it's a really, really long road ahead, and I imagine their mental isn't getting any better, knowing that one of their players fell to a Zeus.
Well, it was PTS whose mental needs to be the one to get better, and they're the one who got the Zeus. So, like I think that they could turn this around now. All you have to do is just get more knife kills, meme around a little bit more, and you have a chance. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see, but PXNM looking a little lost in the sauce. You do have one player trying to push up, and look at this spray down. 1-2. Oh, the spray transfer not quite there to get 3, but you're still on. Kobe, that's a nade kill. And there goes Kurtage all the way down. A second one. Everyone's going down to the oddest of things. I think we've seen everything except for a flashbang kill today. As now it's just one player remaining. And Yaga should expect... Why is there a Nova?
Oh, no. No, why? Where are you going, Yaga? You're missing the point. You gotta turn around. Do you have no headphones? Oh, this is a horror movie. Isn't this how it feels to be a serial killer?
Oh my god. How many knives are we gonna see? These are face it level 10 players. Oh my god.
PTS, I don't think I've met more of a legendary team. At this point, you'd imagine them to be crumbled after being on series point and 12 rounds down, but no! They pick up a Zeus and a knife and they say, let's roll with it.
Wow. Just wow. I mean, GameSport really wanting to lock this in. Kurtage, let's see what GameSport can do to finish it off. I mean... 10 rounds to go. Rifles are bought, and Vova Triceps just rejects the player from shooting through smoke whatsoever. Just completely shuts it down.
Oh, God. Get Coot off that Nova, for the love of God. He's found himself another victim. The ancient Butcher strikes again, while Jaggerin is able to finally put a stop to the massacre. But GameSport have claimed side. Smokes are out. It could be a finish, and Jaggerin is looking to pick up the legacy from him once more. That Nova has really gotten into the mind of these heads, while Volby with a beautiful headshot to cross out Jaggerin, and the CT side might not have the time. They definitely have a couple of these shots locked on down. The man count is their favor.
Volby just killed his
Go for the defuse. What? Oh no, Volby, you're looking in the wrong direction. Finishes it out. And PTS get themselves the 3rd round.
Oh my god. I'm so lost. I don't understand. I think GameSport, all the knives are getting to their heads. I think it's completely diced up their frontal lobes. They just want to like have fun now. They're killing each other more than they're killing the enemies.
What did Triceps do to deserve this?
Oh my god.
Not again.
Oh, nice shot there from Glebka. All right, rifle diff. All you need is the deagle. Perfect nade. Almost takes out Wubby's front, face, and the Nova. What are we doing with the Nova here? Wait, this guy has $6,000 and he buys a Nova and runs mid.
Yeah, duh. Because your teammates can work around it. Bobby uses him as target practice. Kurtage there to quickly fall. And PTS, they might be 3 players down, but, you know, Pixon and DPS still have this in the back. They're up against pistols. And, well, speaking of which, it's a gun diff coming in for the AK on the kill feed. Pixon with another pickup, bringing in a 2v3. They do have the bomb, I believe, but DPS just needs to stick it down. Has the security from the backlines. Pixon's holding him up close, but isn't covering the cave side of things as player instantly falls. The second to follow alongside with it, and the remnants of PTS will no longer remain. GameSport will be clutching it out.
Yeah, I mean, clutching it out with a 13-3 scoreline, 3 rounds lost to honestly just the weirdest methods I've seen. That has to be the strangest Counter-Strike game I've ever had the honor of commentating over. But Puffo, we still got one more semifinals, if I'm not mistaken, so we're gonna be here for a little bit longer. But what a play! GameSport locks in their position as the first finalist for tomorrow's grand final. $500 on the line.
Look, I'm crossing my fingers to see as many knife kills and moments as we did in this match, because it was phenomenal. Even though PTS did get dominated within this first half, it was still a blast to watch. In the second semifinal, like you said, It's going to be just about as much of a blast, so stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Purpose is better than any drug you could ever think. If you know why you're doing something, that's all you need. I wake up ready for the day because I believe in everything that I'm doing like it was meant to be. I get fixated and captivated on learning things. Don't hesitate to ask questions, the answer that I need. It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. I got all the voters. I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love the race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they looking see-through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you. Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motive. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters. They be like, really? You got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us all worth hearing on. I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done. Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motive. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You can call me POTUS, I got all the voters. Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see, everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is to have belief. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss. Don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, don't fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see. Don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leave it behind, gotta quit. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen then. You could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you can do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation, and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see. Don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see. Don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range, cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why they say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call it coming in, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an itch, man, I'm making. I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I'm taking my goal. Push myself to the brink. ain't no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it, but that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing, pursue everything you're facing. Keep up with the pacing, adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team, and if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving, and you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching, and every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past, and you'll see that you always had it inside. It's the key to make the most of life. Believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your proof. Let's go. Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute. If I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom, read some books, something written, watch the best, teach a system I invest. Never hidden, I ain't scared, ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing. Yeah. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
And welcome back, everybody, to Plausible Gaming. As here in PGCS, it's time for Season 8's second semifinal. As, of course, we have some more teams for us today. We have Oxen Game Esports versus a reoccurring face here at Plausible Gaming, Enosis. So, with that being said, my name is Edu, and I'm joined on the mic with Puffo Bob, as we see, I believe, a Hungarian team versus an Iranian team, or Iranian team.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup. Like you said, Enosis have already set themselves up on a high standard from the previous season. Ocean Game, on the other hand, we haven't seen them yet, so this is for sure about to be a great matchup. And while though the previous match has already ended, and for anyone that wasn't around, it was GameSport that ended up taking the series 2-0, we have ourselves, like mentioned, one more semifinal. And, well, between these two teams, it's going to be decided who will end up taking on GameSport tomorrow in the grand final.
Yeah, and GameScore, a very strong team, lots of knives that they're able to do. So I'm very excited to see, what that team is going to bring tomorrow. But of course, what they're going to do against a different team, as we have maps here. And let's find out where these teams are going to be going as we check out the map vetoes here, Puffo.
Ooh, I'm interested. Well, similarly as to previous, we're going to have Train picked off as the first one. And honestly, again, I'm not too surprised Train isn't one of the most liked maps. I think it's one of the least when it comes down to CS2 in competitive and in general. But hey, going off towards the second ban, it's up for Enoxy here to get rid of Inferno. This is looking very similar as to what we had previously.
Yeah, very similar here, and looks like we will be seeing a first pick of Ancient, which means our second pick is what really does matter to maybe spice things up, and it is going to be a little spicier, with Dust 2 being the wonderful lock-in here of this team, as Oxen wants to bring us to one of the most memorable maps in the game, and we know the Decider cannot be overpassed anymore with Enosis banning it, which means I think this is guaranteed to be a different map form, unless nope, we're going back to Mirage. So map number 3, we have two of the same maps, one new being Dust 2, but we might not even get to see Mirage again if we have a nice clean 2-0.
And just as a quick reminder, we have ourselves quite the prize pool this time around of $500. So both these teams are fighting for a chance to pick at it. While in the meanwhile, we are also hosting a giveaway for a Stat Track knife. We're going to be dropping codes throughout these maps like we did previously. So keep your ear out. We're going to be putting them into the chat also, where we have the pinned Gleam giveaway link. So get yourself entered to chance to win yourself a beautiful knife. And in the meanwhile, we're taking a look at these maps. We're going back to Ancient. We didn't see too much Ancient besides the Zeus and knives earlier, so
yeah,
hopefully we're going to see a bit more.
Yeah, it was a very interesting game, very quick. Obviously, looking at these players, though, I'm pretty confident that we're not going to be seeing them trolling around. Enosis is a team that plays very seriously, especially as they've been signed. They were a team of players. The roster itself has been here for quite some time at Plausible Gaming. And Oxen, I mean, this is a very professional organization. They have put on events of their own in Counter-Strike, their own LAN events here. So I expect only the highest level of skill from these players and the highest level of competition. I don't expect someone running around with a Nova anymore. No Zeusing, no tasing, no knifing. I think we're going to be seeing our bare bones high level esport back again.
Yeah, 100%. And starting off with a map like Ancient will surely be quite exciting because, again, on a map like this, you expect a lot of util to carry more weight than guns do at times. And with such high sky-leveled teams, we could expect util to really be popped off to its maximum of potential. Going on to Dust 2, we haven't seen that today just yet. And, I'm interested in getting brought a bit back into those CSGO days where Dust 2 is probably one of the most commonly picked maps and still remains to be as of today. And then the Decider, Mirage, if we even end up getting to it. But let's talk about these two teams, right? We have Enosis, Oxen Game. Enosis have already put even our expectations quite high going into this match. I just hope Oxen are going to be able to match them.
Yeah, I really do hope that Oxen is going to be able to play good, but they're playing against our Season 6 champion, Season 7 champion, and a potential Season 8 champion. This is a team that has come in to Plausible Gaming, said, oh, you bumped up the prize pool, let's get even more money this week. It's a team that I know will deliver on their skill, and of course, I hope that they will deliver some banger gameplay for us to be watching over. And if you guys are wanting to say, hey, maybe Enosis Enosis deserves a dethrone, let's cheer on for Oxen. But if you want to do it yourself, there's only one more matchup, one more season of Plausible happening this year. So make sure you join the Discord. Make sure you join the community to try to get on into this tournament and see if you have what it takes to dethrone such amazing players. But with that being said, Puffo Bob, I'm very excited for a map like Dust 2. I'm very excited for a map like Ancient again with these teams. And going back to the Dust 2 point, I'm super stoked to say Dust 2 is so different than what it was in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. It is not the same map whatsoever. I mean, you don't get the instantaneous wall bang. You don't get it. You don't get the op angles that you used to have. It's a lot more close quarter combat, surprisingly, on Dust 2 nowadays.
Yeah, 100%. But what Dust 2 offers is going to be that push-up, right? The CT side can get really up and close and personal about things even on the start of the match, especially when it goes down to long, especially when it goes down to tunnels. The CT side has a lot of openings to engage the T side in their own territory, if you were to call it that. But in general, Dust 2 will for sure be exciting, but right now we still have Ancient upcoming, and that's going to be our map 1. Like we said, we didn't get to see a lot of it previously. This time around, we're hoping for a bit more of an even matchup, and I think that's what we're going to be getting. Ancient offers a lot of comeback. I think even though it is a bit more CT-sided, teams can make those sides swapped. We've seen even in the previous matchup, the T side was having a lot better of a time, and well, I'm hoping that it will be a bit more evened out. I'm hoping that Enosis and Oxen go toe-to-toe again. You are securing your spot for the grand finals here for tomorrow. And in the meanwhile, well, these teams are doing their very best, or will be doing their very best, to give us a grand display. While in the meanwhile, again, anyone who hasn't been here over at Plausible, we have a giveaway. Make sure to enter it, pinned in chat. And in the meanwhile, we're going to waste no time further, and let's start going into this match.
Let's see what they got. Game live, ladies and gentlemen, those in between. It's time for these guys to show us what they mean. With 1 taps only, it's time to hopefully see Enosis dethroned or Oxen game just be treated the way Enosis treats every team in their way.
100%. And as you start CS, you're always welcomed in with this beautiful pistol round. Oxen game on the USP CT side will be the one they start on. Enosis quite aggressive towards this donut push, getting ground up middle. Smoke's already out, and you don't get to see utility quite early on, but Jack London able to find Ione and a second kill MUV, but is returned likewise from Oxen game, who decide to push back, try to play the save game, but Enosis don't have that bomb down, and left down to a 2v2.
Here we are. Oh, what a pixel perfect peek. Another one going to be traded out. Everyone here. This is what we're looking for. Equalizer versus Jack London. And Jack London takes a bullet to the brain. The Equalizer living up to the name, making sure that the 1 point goes to their team. And that was a very explosive round with some very clean aim. So I'm kind of giddy right now. It looks like we're going to be seeing a much closer match than before.
100%, and that's what we're looking for when it comes down to these semifinals. Real good start for Oxen, but what we saw was equality. What we saw was balance. Both these teams kept on fragging back and forward until we got ourselves to that 2v2, a 1v1, and eventually the result, meaning, again, this is setting up to be a real good matchup. And Enosis, though, are going to have to step up their game because they were not able to find that tip over the edge.
All right. Inching up, taking your time, being slow with it. Chance that we can see just one explosive launch out as the entire team is stacked up. But look at the spray down. One and done. Jack London finally getting the trade off, but Barar is able to get one. And now will we see more as they line up? And the spray is unreal.
Whoa.
Coming out here. I did not know that we had such great players coming out from this end of the world. As now it's going to be just one player left. MUV pincered and shattered.
Get yourself someone like Barar in your stack. This man just mowed down the majority of Enosis's roster with a single spray. Didn't need more than a magazine. And the entire enemy's team was shut down, smoked out 3 in an instant. Barar, no mercy, and even that final touch that was needed for the second round to be won. The upside of it, though, to take a look at the bright side of things, Enosis will be able to secure bit better guns, but they went in for a full buy. It went against them, meaning they're going to be locked down to Deagle's attack 9 and 19 on not anything better.
Yeah, and honestly, thinking about it, with this team now being able to lock on in, you got to know, I mean, What's the ping gotta be like for these teams playing from all the way across the Europe region all the way into the Middle East, as we see just a whole W, but oh my goodness, we're not actually seeing any value trades. A double kill down, but god, that is gonna have to be the plant. But they're already getting flanked from Donut, and what a tap. One down and done and dusted. Enosis Esports, our reigning champions, are getting their parade rained on right now.
100%, but they still find a tad bit amount of value coming in from this round. They get the plan down, 2 kills under the belt as well, so definitely did succeed at some point, but in general, what they're looking forward to is going to be this round. They're able to afford full AKs, get themselves a bit more of those shields, and in general, what matters most, again, is going to be utility. They are stacked upon it, they have the molly, smokes, flashes, whatever they need, and hopefully this is the moment they start bringing it back, because Oxen are already 3 ahead.
Here we are. Oh, no. Almost got the connection. Good nade here. One in the back. Op is there, but the teamwork from Insidious to keep his teammate alive. Berard swinging out, getting 2 picks down. Very clean, and 1 spray, 1 shot. Flea gets it again, but again, the equalizer with the pixel. Perfect picks. 1 more with the spray down, but this time, he's not as accurate, but the Deagle's his backup, and unfortunately, his team is going to continue their spree here.
At certain moments, I really do feel like this is a battle of an unstoppable object versus an immovable force. We have ourselves Enosis Esports, who really bring on the pressure, versus Oxen Game, who are great at taking that pressure and applying it to the enemy team here. They find themselves in a bit of a troublesome moment for just a second, but the refracts from Oxen are absolutely phenomenal, and they've found themselves these 4 rounds, but they decide to take a tactical timeout to talk things through. Off to a great start here, and Ancient being Enosis' pick, doesn't seem like that's the direction we're going to be heading towards.
Wow. Very clean. Very solid of a game, and already it's actually Oxen Game Esport themselves who decides to call a timeout here. They've realized, okay, we have the momentum, let's try to game plan, maybe think about the next 3 rounds here, next 4 rounds to guarantee that they win this half, and that's all that they really need to do. And here at the Season 8 Championship semifinals, you're looking at a very clean team. So the one thing I am going to be very keen on is what is the main strategy if you are Enosis Esports. You are looking a little bit different for the roster. I think that MUV is a new face. I could be mistaken about that, but 19, someone who we've seen absolutely frag out, is a little bit behind right now, and Rennie especially hasn't even put himself on the board yet.
For the general strategy of Enosis in the long run, I'm not too sure, but the one thing I can say with confidence is that Enosis need to stop bunching up together. Oxen can just spray them down, and that's how we've seen such large and major casualties in the past. They dodged, Molly escaped for now, but player Insidious here still looks to remain around, goes for a couple of wall bangs. Jack won't fall to them, but Enosis have been set a player back, and the Opper Mute here is on standby, ready for anyone to try and step into his line of sight, just peeking around, try to bait out that shot. It has worked for Enosis in the past, but I feel like Mute might be a bit more ready for it, looks away, and I'm hoping bad timing doesn't get a catch of him.
Alrighty. Let's hope that maybe we could try to retouch this point. Mid's very up there, but Mute just got 1. And Berard panic sprays, but gets it done. 1 player down. Jack London is gone. And it's the off timing. He whiffs his shot. He actually doesn't even click. 1 down, and there we go. 19 on the board with a double kill down. Alone on point, but the spray is unreal with 2 kills. And Oxen Game Esports absolutely shuts it down. I mean, we're seeing a lot of sprays, not a lot of headshots, but who needs them if we're winning?
I mean, that was surely close there for Enosis, but they needed a man, they needed a hero. Maybe not one with a cape, but definitely a gun to handle the rest of the team. Although in general, having to rely on such factors doesn't tend to be the best way of going into these maps, especially like Ancient. But it's no doubt that Oxen Game here are dealing a hefty blow to Enosis, maybe even their mental, and I would consider taking a tactical timeout sooner than later from this point on. We're taking a look at some of this. Oxen Game have been doing really good up until now. There's no denying it. Enosis did need a bit of a kickoff with one of their players going in for a double, triple between the two. But again, it's these early points of the round that really sets Enosis back.
Yeah, it's a lot of setbacks and a lot of shutdowns for this team. And Gnosis Esports, I think, is maybe just warming up, but this was not what I was anticipating. The pistol round was such a close match, and this is our reigning champion. So to see them getting locked down here is definitely news to me. But now we're seeing one pick down, and a little bit rough there from MUV, but he's re-swinging an equalizer. What is his aim? Just execution style. One completely gone. Another one, Barar able to grab the pickup, and they might be able to keep it going. Spree, flash, all you need, and the shot from behind, it's his teammate. He kills his guy, but equalizer, I mean, I guess levels it out, getting the picks on them anyways. But that is now 19, Tech 9 in hand. Bomb on the ground. Might be able to do what he can to really clutch this up.
19, the last one you can rely on. Smokes out and takes out alone, but you're up against players such as Equalizer, such as Mute, who falls, but the stick is through, and even though it was shortly close to the op, still... No, it doesn't connect 19! It was so close, you could have found them all, but not only do you lose the round, you're not able to secure all of these kills, and Osis do not secure not even a single Oxen game. They send 2 bodies forward to distract the final one, 19, from being able to get that kill, and enough time is given. The 6th round for Oxen, they have now found themselves a draw within the half. And as in the worst case scenario, this is not a bad spot.
This is definitely not a bad moment of weakness for these players. 6-0. However, you know, we could talk bad about 19. He was the last player alive with the Tech 9. He walked away with an op. So with that being in mind, I think that we're looking pretty clean. And now the equalizer is gone. The main person that's been holding down these double kills is not going to be successful. But there goes the bomb. Playing it off and ready to keep going. Flea wants to now try to swing out and get some real DPS cooking up for us.
Gnosis, is this the time we were waiting for? Finally striking back at Oxen, not even willing to take a chance of a 2v5 clutch. Does seem, well, at times even impossible. Mutant Barar don't want to hand that up to them, even though 19 carries it from the previous round. It's mostly the eco game that Oxen are looking to prevent from being further escalated upon from Gnosis, as they already have found themselves a couple of kills, an extra bunch just to put in that, that extra step. MUE finds one, a single tap to the head, and Mute, the last one remaining, being approached from the backside more than anything, although won't be spotted in the first round for Gnosis.
Yeah, first round for Gnosis, as this is a chance for them to really bring this back. Remember, Gnosis is a very solid roster, a very solid team, and if this Hungarian Ori can really lock it in, we might be seeing a closer game, and that's one round down. But wait, again, what is with the swag 7s? This is the first odd gun that we've seen that kind of starts a trend here, so I'm really hoping it doesn't happen again. But Remy, mag up and ready to push. The Molly does get them the information that there was one player there, but they are flashing out there ready to try to explode themselves onto this point, and the op boost might just be enough to get one opening pick.
Great nade there. Doesn't find the kills, but still damage nonetheless. And Osis have not found that aggressive step just yet, but they're looking to switch the flip in any moment. The op could have found a victim there. Did not. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Oxen game are still full and healthy, holding back an Osis at bay as 4 players towards this A site, or rather B site. The one off standing from an Osis on towards mid to just deny any attempts of quick flanks. But in general, Oxen right now are sitting good. They're just prepping up for the worst to come.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty right now, and that's all we got to be looking at now, with a hopeful chance at getting themselves onto this site. There are 3 players trying to stop them. This op hasn't quite connected yet. They're playing very slow, but I can tell the antsiness is here, and let's set up for that op peak yet again. Here's Alone, trying to swing out. Good flashbang, good push with it. Alone gets 1, Alone gets 2, huge. Now, AK in hand with only 20 seconds remaining. You have to start moving around the corners here, and spots out up to the chest. One more, the molly, the nades, the flick of the wrist from Mute. Only 1 player left, and 19, op in hand, is about to get flanked.
Oh no, not like this. Might have a clue about it. Yes, catches Insidious in the act, and even though maybe there's no upgrade to an op in a moment such as this, Oxen still get the round, but 19 keeps his gun, his life most importantly. A 7-1 scoreline. Oxen are able to finish out this half in winning fashion without whatever remains, but Enosis, they've gotten themselves a better eco game. Again, that bonus has really started working its wonders, and now full on AKs, they're going to be able to work off Alone on it, but Alone in the meanwhile, double spray on it, shut down Enosis in an instant. Their cave push was denied, and the rest of the tally followed along quite quickly. As now heading into round number 9, we're going to have ourselves another tactical timeout by Oxen.
Yeah, another tactical timeout here, trying to make sure that they guarantee even more rounds here. But with Enosis Esports looking to just keep on playing well, it's really about how they're going to get on sites. And honestly, a good idea might just be to rush on through, try to break Barar. And if you guys want to try to get another code going, you're going to use the coupon RushBoss on our wonderful pinned link for our channel. And again, that's our Gleam.io link. If you put in the code RushBoss, RushBoss, you too can try to enter for a chance to win a Stat Track knife.
You want to be impressing your friends? You want to go into a CS lobby with a knife in hand? Now's the time to do so. Again, it's completely free. You just got to follow some steps on the Gleam giveaway. And in the meanwhile, enter the secret codes we're giving you again. RushBoss will be the second code of today, or at least going into this match. So enter it on in. Give yourself a higher chance. And in the meanwhile, we return to the match.
With the match now back in fruition on our screens and ready to clean it up with a clean angle here from Equalizer. Again, this guy's been pixel perfect with getting their picks. Barrar's been insane with just getting the sprays. It's really down to the double kill. And you talk about the Rush Boss comm. It's now time for rushing mid. You got Flea, very aggressive all the way up, looking to try to find their opening.
On the top of it all, take advantage. The rest of Oxen are 2 players against Enosis' 3 or 4 ready to send it on down, but a flash there unsuccessful, or rather the flash is, but the shots aren't. Remy able to execute alone off of those missed. An Equalizer with an 8 quickly following along to take out Jack London in return. A nice little 1 for 1, eye for an eye, but Enosis, they have not been able to find the break for the door, nor will they be able to do so continuing thanks to Insidious as his flank. Able to pick up 1, just playing a whack-a-peek. 2 players having to back off and take him out. And even though then, Insidious still finds a pickup before going out. Mute prior to it, a wallbang onto Flea, leaving MUV as the last player standing.
And the last player to fall as well, Oxen Game 8-1. I mean, come on. How do you have this much just skill developed and ready to send against Enosis? This is a team that's our reigning champions. I thought Enosis was easily going to be in the lead. This is their map pick, but unfortunately, they're not picking up the pace here. But smokes are out. It's time to lock it in. It's time to see, will we have an aggressive map again, or will this be even less close than our previous scoreline of 13-3?
This is some difficult times for Enosis, no doubt about it. And as much as they're looking towards the brighter future of the CT side, they're being dealt a heavy burden that they must now shoulder. The 8-1 and looking towards an even worse split if they're not able to kick things off. They have gotten that 1 round just to not keep it a donut, but again, with your considered eco, you should be able to start picking up a couple of more. As Oxen Game, even though they have 7 rounds above you, they're still quite rough on their money count.
And is that rough money count going to impact them in this round? I would hope that, you know, we're looking at maybe enough util to get them on, but Enosis gets spotted out, and Flea able to get 1, but look at the very aggressive play up from Flea, getting the trade. Unfortunately, it's Alone, who is just here the whole time, completely panicking a team. What are these shots? Oh my, 19 bullets missed, as now it's just gonna be Barar in a 1v2.
Can we do it? Barar, low HP, single bullet to finish the job. Both of them carry quite the damage-dealing gun. Nate there doesn't connect too well. You're able to get a swing off of it, but there's something right below your feet. MUV chucked out a Nate before going out to at least trigger that dead man switch. And now Oxen Game, as terrifying as they've been, and Gnosis get themselves the second round.
Yeah, very solid, very clean, and honestly, exactly what we need to be seeing. That play was a little painful here, but now with our next round, Gnosis 8-2 needs to get this to an 8-4 score line if they really want to have a good shot here. I know it is a CT-sided map, but we got to be seeing a little bit more from that score. But alone, again, each one of these players on Oxen Gaming is good for 3. They've been very consistent across the board.
Have been consistent, no doubt about it. Equalizer, definitely a player you want to look upon because Oxen Game, he's been currently on a streak of 9 kills. Right behind Barar, who's on 13, and these are the 2 players you want to focus. Insidious will be the first to fall, however. Remy prior to it, there's an equalization, and same goes into the second battle, where Flea and Mute both pick up on 1. Oxen Game, again, still shutting down Gnosis with whatever utility they currently have, but it does seem like they've switched spots because Gnosis are on site and Oxen Game are not.
Beautiful molly there to try to scare them back, but wait a minute, where is this bomb plant? There he goes. Finally, they've had the site for quite a while under their control, but they needed to get that bomb plant because now it's a full rotation already ready to execute back on. Look at that trade-off. Beautiful comms here to get them onto the point, but Equalizer, on the flank, and I think 19 does know about it. And the crouch check, no one's gonna assume that. Equalizer gets it again with another swing and a miss, and that is a full retake. No one falls in that 3v3.
9-3 or 10-2, whatever the outcome, Oxen Game will be a far-stretched lead up ahead of Gnosis going into the second half. And even then, going on towards that T side isn't as horrible as Gnosis makes it out to be seen. But maybe, again, it does really heavily depend on the teams. Although, I'm hoping that Gnosis are at least able to get this final round within this first half, as at this point they haven't even taken out a tactical timeout, which I'm hoping they're going to start utilizing those a bit more. Again, we are in a battle for the grand finals.
Hold up. 9-2. 9-3 curse. I mean, yes, that's a Valorant thing, but now that they've changed the game to be first to 13, the flick is all you need. And one more. Oh, he whips though. Mute is gone. Remy up close. It's going to be Flea to get one more. And now we get the bomb planted. It's now time for the Counter-Strike team to really lock it in here. But wait, there's a flank developing, and it's a 3v4 with very low players. MUV 1 hit. Flea 1 HP. Remy 1 HP. You touch them wrong, they are dead.
They are dead, they are done. But it's the number count that matters a bit more here. And Osis, well, speaking of which, we're able to make it drop by 1, by 2, 19 dealing the heftiest of blows. As now Oxen Game only have 1 more to remain. It's going to be alone in a 1v4 and a 4v0 MUV with a single tap between the eyes. Score crushing and a 9-3 split. Still great for Oxen Game, but in Osis, at least they close it out in good fashion.
Absolutely. And this is my reminder at the half here. Yes, a 9-3, very clean, but of course, a clean knife could be in your inventory soon if you head on over to our Gleam.io giveaway and use our code RUSHBOSS. That is RUSHBOSS if you too want a chance of winning a Stat Track knife for your collection. But let's collect some more games here, as this one is continuing in Oxen Game's favor. However, with the side swapped, that could change.
Could change. Definitely a lot of changes incoming. Again, Gnosis, they have a lot to worry about. Considering this is their map, they should be able to start things off. A bit of damage, double push up towards the 1 player on their spawn. Oxen Game are starting to get locked out, but you don't want to be offering too many 1v1s. They're going for a ring around the rosy, and, well, Insidious falls, but in the meanwhile, it has allowed Oxen Game to get this plan down.
All right, going on up. Plant now here. Jack up close. Executes Barar alone, though. They've returned the firepower, as now Equalizer wants to swing and try to get this person off the bomb. Spots out 1, but are they fast enough? What a run and gun. 1 player left. It's MUV, who has to try to find the defuse, but he's just going wildly with the knife. Everyone's a little lost right now, and they're going for the knife fight. Will he be honoring it, or will he just try to execute it? He might be able to win this round. Oh, what is happening? The soul!
Oh! MUV, what is Oxen doing? They're just throwing bodies in for the sakes of it. At this point, the confidence is through the roof. They could still be considering, oh, it's a 3v1. We don't want to give away any bodies, right? We want to get as much money going into this. No. How about we pull out knives and full send it? What is it with knives today? What is it with... Is it just a full moon?
I mean, I think what it is just people are out of ammo and out of options and out of care to give, I guess. But that moment, I think they expected someone to honor a knife fight, but it's Enosis. They're not going to give this game to you easy, even if you have been absolutely dogging on them. They will try to bring this back as best as possible, and that's why Insidious already grabbing Remy, but Jack London with the trade-off, that could be a Galil in their hands.
Oh yeah, it definitely could be. Now we do have a 1v1. You talk about the Galil, it's going to be Jack to pick it up now. And Gnosis are looking to try code back of UV, gets a shot unlike any we've seen. Right onto Alone. Barar to completely shut that out with a Molly. Then meanwhile, Temple is contested both ways. But it's Barar taking the most of connections. Jack London returns it. I'm talking about the refrag game between these two teams has been absolutely phenomenal. One on CT spawn side, but will get shut out by Mute, put on mute, and now Oxen game 11-3.
11-3, wanting to end this off. I know people in chat have been trying to vote for what they think the game is going to end at, and a big one is 13-4. So Enosis Esports, if your prediction, our fun chatters, if the prediction is right, they have one more round to win, and Oxen, they only need 2.
Yeah. Enosis here do definitely have a long way ahead of them, but hey, it's not impossible to look at the better side of things, although Oxen game have definitely been quite brutal up until now. Alone here once more, starting us off with a great beginning, taking off one, a second thanks to Mute, and it seems like Enosis have fallen apart, but not before fighting back. Remy finds one, a second thanks to Jack, which is traded out for one player, while the Oxen game still have one up above on the man count, and a T player set back on towards mid, meaning 19 can find this 1v1 and equalize things out.
Yeah, but talk about equalizing. You still have Equalizer, who's on a decent flank here, trying to now set themselves up. And oh, what a shot! Jack London is gunning his, but Insidious versus 19, 69 versus 64. The HP is almost even, but will we see the scoreboard even out as a 13-3? Oxen Gaming has full advantage with this bomb plant.
Full advantage in his hands. Molly there just to secure it, lock it down, get those extra credits. Now Insidious is holding him in spawn side, but doesn't know which angle to cover. There's a two-dimensional path here, and you only gotta take one. You step in the right direction, and Insidious will finish it out. 19 falls. Oxen game claiming match point, meaning out of the following 8 rounds or 9 rounds that Enosis need to win consecutively, Oxen game get 1, and we're going to map number 2.
Going map 2, ladies and gentlemen. It ain't over. Enosis Esports could technically take another round here. They are forced up. Never have faith in a chance of a comeback. Let's see if it's enough. Insidious, hold up, dude. Just running guns. Whoa. Kills 2 in mid. Might be able to do it again. 19. He flashes out, but the spray. It's 1. Is it going to be 2? No, he has to leave. He has to get around the corner, and he does. But what a shot from the sideline. Jack London executing through the smoke. Might be able to find another. And the push up 19 is gone. But there we go. It's now 4 to 12, which means chat might be right. Does Enosis turn it around? Or does Oxen Gaming end the game?
If we see such influential plays like 19 just did, yes, we saw 19 get a spray onto 2, back off to Donuts, where Oxen were chasing him up, but too distracted to realize that it was all a trap as 3 players instantly caught hook, line, and sinker. I think Enosis can do it. They're starting to play by the mind games, and well, Oxen are getting tossed around, at least in that round. Score-wise, they're still far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, far ahead. Match point advantage. Almost every single round is do or die here for Enosis Esports, and right now they're up against a Eco. So will we find the explosive launch that we've seen this team so very capable of, or is Oxen Gaming going to just execute Enosis Esports? And Remy wanting to just keep their angles. You're seeing that Enosis is a little bit antsy right now. They've been doing a lot of movement. They're shifting around the map a lot, but are they set up for this push, which is about to start?
Oh, Insidious gets a good peek, gets traded. And Jack London with 2 taps, 1 for Barar, 1 for Insidious to get it back into their own lead. How much will that stand for? Does seem like an extra tad bit, but obviously they still realize that they need to get a move on. Mute is able to pick it up 1, but Rami just sprays them all down. That's the case as well. And Mute is now left in a 1v3. Cold left centered alone and stranded up against for Flea to claim as the last. And Gnosis are starting to make this look a bit more possible.
Gnosis has momentum, and unfortunately, Oxen did go for a force. They don't have the loss bonus to buy, and now Gnosis might be able to guarantee a 50% score line against the 12-round players. But will Oxen Game get one more round? That's all they need. They have to play it smart, and it looks like they are going for a full save. Okay, Mute. Does he not have a gun?
Yeah, Mute's just better. He can probably punch these people to death.
Heard. Let's see if he's going to be doing it. 1 spray, 2 dead, and Mute. He's gone.
No.
Oh, but that's 1. Deagle able to get it for Insidious. Gnosis gameplay. This is what we know them to do. They know how to bring it back, and honestly, better late than never.
Honestly, still get some value. You get 19 off the board. Maybe a pickup on the gun would have been value as well, but for now, you're just trying to make sense of what just happened. The entirety of Oxen Game lined themselves up, and a bowling ball came on through, striking them all, besides Insidious, who's left quite injured in a 1v4. Now, I know this is going to be crazy what I'm about to say, but I doubt Oxen Game get away with this round. Although, into the following, they will have a better economical standards. And Gnosis should probably keep that in mind.
You know, I think that what they need to keep in mind is that Insidious is trying to just hunt for frags here. So Jack London spots out the shadow, executes it, and welcome to a 6-12 scoreline. Definitely doable. Very rare, but doable. I'm hoping that this team is going to be able to lock this in.
Yeah, doable for sure. Again, at Gnosis, they have quite a lot going into this match, besides being the winners of Season 6 and 7, looking to continue it into a hat trick. In general, Oxy could be the underdogs we've been waiting for, someone to put a halt to them, although it is map number 1 only. Again, it's a really good beginning given over to Oxen Game, but Gnosis are not out just yet. They're still within the surviving reach. They might just persist on throughout this entirety of the match. The comeback possible, as we said, they've started seeding themselves a bit more into this match. I think they found their comfort spot.
Yeah, I think they've definitely found a little bit more comfort. I wouldn't say that they're there yet. I think that right now they're still trying to weasel their butt into the couch, trying to find the groove. And now it's going to take a little bit of time. Obviously, and this was esports, they're warming up a little bit more, but Oxen Game, esport, they just so clean at the start. But when Gnosis, they want that hat trick. They want it, and Flea's going to try to give it to him with Mute now getting executed. This could be the opening that they need, but unfortunately for Oxen Game, that's 1 more player down, and Gnosis, they have the opportunity to keep up that momentum.
100%. It took a moment. Quite a closing moment here for them to reach it, but now Oxen Game are troubled once more. Mute is already off the board. That's 1 player, and they can't seem to have the extra step. Their plan has now been set to dust, as they don't have much presence towards that mid side, so they had to sacrifice an extra player, meaning only 3 are going to be pushing into B. If even then, they have 30 seconds on the board, but they need to get the stick down. A couple of random shots sent back to sender, and now 4 remaining. Oxen Game send whatever they have fully into B.
Fully in. It's now time. Let's see a little bit of a swing. Jack London, though, this has been the player to shut this team down. And Remy trades off, but getting equalizer like that very clean. Jack London going for the wild spray. He's punished, but his teammate, he gets the flash off, which means they get a re-hit. Another one down. Insidious, the last player standing. He's not going to clutch it. And Gnosis nearly flawless is that round.
The only one being down there was Remy. That is the one thing you end up losing. You know that Oxen Game are going to be in for a troublesome time going into the following couple of rounds. And Gnosis, a real good way of striking back. Some of these kills absolutely given. Flea with a good gamble. Ended up trying to peek around, see what this main game ended up being, if there was someone looking around, found value off of the first, but then that spray at the very end from Jack London on site really ended up putting the final nail in the coffin. And again, Oxen Game are going to be down to a save, even a potential force fight here, as we see Tech9's Deagles, and, well, hopes that will quickly be shut down. Oh, Insidious claps back at a second one here, but it will be Flea keeping it within the range of an Osis.
Yes, in their favor now. Remy inching their way up, might be able to spot out any of these T's, and they walk out the smoke, and luckily Remy finds their aim in time. But will we see it again? No, the double push is too much to bear, and that is going to be a good trade in a rifle now in the hands of one of these players. But running on out, the Tech9 keeps going. Barrard, an equalizer. They're doing it with nothing, but can they keep it going? Up close and personal, one more in Donut, having to rotate 19 versus equalizer. This is the clutch that determines if Enosis stays in this game.
Didn't waste a moment, not a second. Instantly ran off, sprinting towards the site to get the plant down. Even if he ends up losing, it's still going to be extra cash. But keep in mind, 19 definitely has the HP advantage. It's who catches wind of who, and it's going to be the wall bang. Just the top of the head, spotted out, and equalizer will fall. 19 gets the time, has plenty of it remaining, and the round back for Enosis. If Oxen Game got that kill, keep in mind, it would have been us going over to map number 2, but Enosis, they continue the struggle.
The problem, though, is because Oxen Game is so far ahead at the start of this half. Right now, Enosis Esports is winning so many rounds in a row, but Oxen Game has an unlimited supply of funds. They are rocking it right now with every single round having the chance to buy, which means Enosis Esports has to just keep on keeping this game alive, and Remy's starting to run out of funds.
Yeah, keep in mind, Enosis were so far behind Oxen previously, but now that distance has majorly, drastically changed, and it seems like it will be put down for a moment. Mute, that's your teammates! No, you should be aiming for someone else. He just steps into it, and MUV's working off of that small mistakes, finding the crack in the armor, and just down that line. Oxen Game have already lost 3 players, but they do return it. Mute's able to make up for his mistakes by taking out Jack London. Utility goes towards that back line to try and find an entry into sight of fallen whizzing Pius Ferrar as he catches a bit of a spot onto Flea. One more kill remains. It's 19 and is up to finalize the job and keep Enosis within the streak of a possible comeback, but the plant is going down. You're up against 2, and again, Mute has been doing phenomenally both for the enemy team and his own.
Yeah, but the problem I'm looking at is he's only got that op, but there's no more smokes here. If you're Oxen Gaming, you're going to be a little bit worried here. You have to just play the time, play the bomb. At 19, he's going to walk right on into this crossfire, but who does he target first? Who is he? He gets one.
Oh.
And the reset.
It's possible.
Oh, he whiffs.
Oh, he misses.
Flips. Oh my God, 19 is so good.
Don't be a loser. Buy a diffuser. 19 clutches it out. What we thought would be the end is quickly zipped up in an instant. How does he do it? Now you just got to be scratching your head. How did Mute get that team kill? But in general, that's what ended up being a partial decider. And 19's clutch out of bounds picks up the 1v1. The crossfire wasn't established good enough. Gets that op shot. A second one goes missed, but it isn't punished by the final player of Oxide. And now we are 9-12. What we thought was going to be a quick map has ended up being a marathon.
A marathon indeed. Now you're going to be seeing a very scary team. Enosis Esports has momentum. They have a team comp that every time we have seen 19 clutch, you just picture this, an entire room full of gamers erupting with excitement. Like, this is a team that plays together, stays together, and wins this outright. Oxen Game a little bit scared, using another timeout here to try to get this game back. And unfortunately for them, they're running out of funds. Their loss bonus is great, but if they lose this, there's no more op in the hands of Mute, which might be a good thing. Maybe Mute won't shoot his teammate in the back of the head.
Maybe. You know, we're just speculating. Who knows? Maybe we get to also see it again. Hopefully Mute won't make that mistake once more, but it definitely could have been the coster of a round, and now heading towards, I imagine Oxen Game are starting to feel a bit nervous. It's definitely gotten into their mind that Enosis could be coming out with a comeback, and again, this is Enosis's map. Just that much more of a reason that they would want to win it out.
Okay, and we're seeing Mute just unloading into the concrete. Might see a crazy spray just killed MUV, and Alone's gonna keep it going. And Alone, while blind, might get another, but Jack is finally on the board. He gets another down, but God, how did we see that Endra? Another kill through the smoke, another spray down. Is this where it ends? No, it's up to Flea, 1v3. Can we see Flea clutch this up? Finds another gun, but is it enough? Spots out one, springs, gets it, but the op connects, and Oxen Game will be taking map 1 of our second semifinals.
Wow, that was unexpected to say the least. I mean, Alone going in, finding a smoke head tap, just charging it onto site, being the spearhead of the initiation, and finding what Oxen Game needed to get themselves the round that they've been craving for so long. But in the meanwhile, it's gotta feel bad to be Enosis in this point, right? They exhausted themselves so much for so long, only for this map not to be the result they were hoping for. And over time, we're not gonna be seeing it this time around, but hey, we're looking towards a hopeful, better second map.
A very hopeful, better second map, but what we just witnessed is luck incarnate ending out that set. That was very lucky from them, but as we do have our next map being Dust 2, a map where people have been playing on for longer than most gamers today have been alive. It's time to see if they are going to absolutely lock in and win this outright. There is no luck involved in Dust 2. You either know the map or you don't. It's been in the game for a long time. So with that being said, it's for us to take a short break, and then we will see what map number 2 truly brings to the table.
Purpose is better than any drug you could ever think. If you know why you're doing something, that's all you need. I wake up ready for the day because I believe in everything that I'm doing like it was meant to be. I get fixated and captivated on learning things. Don't hesitate to ask questions, the answer that I need. It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
Lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. I got all the voters. I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love the race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they looking see-through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you. Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You can call me POTUS. I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like 7 years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly.
One more map right now going into the second one. Will it be the last, or will Enosis bring us to the decider? Dust here remains as an answer to that. While in the meanwhile, we just got finished with Ancient 13-9. A good attempted comeback from Enosis, but shut down by Oxen Game. It's still me, Puffa Bob, on the mic, joined by the lovely Edo. And Edo, we're going into Dust, and I think we can both say that we're valid enjoyers of it.
Yeah, we're definitely excited to see Dust 2 as a map. I'm also a little bit scared of Enosis losing their hat trick. I've been rooting for these guys for a while. I mean, as commentators, when we've seen what they can do so many times in a row for a new team to show up and show out, that being the wonderful players on Oxen Gaming, it's very scary to see, a potential dethroned hat trick. The Mad Hatter getting his head cut off. I mean, this is going to be a little bit tricky. So getting into this next map of Dust 2, I think it will come down to pretty much the clutches. I think that a lot of the early game will lead over to Oxen's favor, but there's something about Enosis working under pressure that I think can really take the lead here. They just have to start that, what they were just doing, they got to start earlier. I mean, it was a little bit too late for them to really start popping off.
Yeah, I would really hope for Enosis to be given themselves a bit more wiggle room going into the second half, because again, what we just witnessed was, for a second, what we thought would be a flawless, but even then, a split of a 9-3 or something like it on Ancient in general wasn't the best of looks. You're given a really tough situation going into the following half, and in general, while though Enosis made it look plausible for a moment, with the result being 13-9, it was still Oxen making it their favor, and the map for Enosis being Oxen's to take. Now, again, we're bringing this back. Will Enosis win out their enemy's map, or will Oxen be able to finish it out 2-0, as for the first semi-final was just kind of similar along those lines? I guess we're going to have to find out, but I wouldn't complain about seeing Mirage once more. And again, that's the decider we want to see. But just as a heads up, both these teams are fighting for the grand final. We have a prize of $500 this time around, so we're upping it up with each event. Well, you know how it is. We have to make sure you as the community love these events, and that's what we're thriving to do in the meanwhile. And we have a giveaway. Would you refresh us on what that's about?
Yeah, we do. If you guys have any idea about our Gleam.io link pinned in our Twitch channel, I believe it's also available on our Twitter streams. If you guys do want to take a look at our Gleam.io, you join it. You have multiple different ways to enter, and of course, we are giving away codes to increase your potential entries and really ramp up the odds of you getting a stat track knife. And of course, in Counter-Strike, knives are one of our favorite items, so make sure you guys join. Make sure that you deck out your collection, and of course, make sure that you are here at PGCS. If you're here for Plausible Gaming, join the Discord. And yeah, our giveaways, they always have a winner, and that could be you.
Could be you. And you want to keep an ear out, because there's going to be secret codes me and Edu drop on with each map. We did one earlier. We're going to do one for this map as well. And the decider, if it comes down to it, same goes for the grand final. These codes will heighten up your chances of winning out that beautiful knife. So again, keep your ear out, stay tuned, and also be on the edge of your seat. It can come around in any round that we end up doing it. So yeah, want to make sure that you're paying attention for that. But again, we also want to know who you're rooting for right now. We have Enosis, we have Oxen Game. There was a lot of chatter saying one team or the other, so we want to see a final result right now. Who are you rooting for? Who do you think is going to be taking map 2 and the series? And mostly just curiosity. I want to see who's for who, because in general, both these teams, they've displayed a fantastic performance. Oxen here being what I would say a first for me, really coming out as a strong team, while Enosis with an amazing track record in Plausible Gaming.
Yeah, Enosis is our reigning champions for Season 6 and Season 7, and you look on over at this team, I don't see them as a team that it really wants to lose 2-0, so map 3 definitely on the board, but overall, I mean, I'm really blown away by those new guys, but I also really want my Hungarian team to have a hat trick. Okay, I gotta see it. I gotta see what we can do here. So if you guys want to give us your predictions in the chat yet again, we'll see where your predictions compare to where the gameplay comes through. And of course, root for your favorite team. When they do something cool, drop a clip. I know that we actually have a new clipping contest available now where you guys can win a Twitch badge in our Twitch channel as well. So make sure that you are dropping some clips. But with that being said, Dust 2, it's on its way, and I'm very excited to say that we are getting right on into it.
Right on into it. Map number 2 of match number 2. Here we come. It will be Dust. A lot of importance on that midsection, but yet again, it's going to be the result that carries these teams either to the decider or to the end of today. Let's see how it starts off with pistols as per usual, but Oxen Game tried to take a lot of congestion early on.
Yeah, taking a very aggro position here, but that's kind of what you have to do in Counter-Strike Dust 2 new version. But look at how defensive we're actually seeing this team play. That's something that you don't get to see very often from them, and I'm hoping that it might be able to just keep up with this kind of game plan. So let's see if this T side is going to swing out of long into a relatively empty site, or is MUV's positioning going to be the thing that cripples them?
Gonna have to wait and see. We haven't seen the usual aggression that the pistols tend to bring around, so both these teams playing very cautiously, but Oxen Game have spread themselves out thin. One player towards B, one on mid, 2-3 following. Mute with a single tap for MUV to be served on a silver platter. And now this could be what Oxen Game were looking for to finally push up, but one player standing still, and that's a great way for Jack London to pick things up for Enosis Esports. And again, mid is going to be an absolute bloodbath as both these teams are just exchanging shots, not much connecting, but only for a matter of time because Alone gets one, a second as well to follow alongside with it. Do we get a third? Yes, that's the trio that Enosis were looking for. Mute to finish it off in the first round for Oxen.
Yeah, very clean, very much what you want to be looking at if you are this team. And now let's take another gander at an Oxen Game lead early. Enosis, you want that hat trick, you're going to have to earn it. And right now you're seeing, of course, Jack London very consistent in getting these picks, but it's looking a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, this is not looking the best at Oxen once more. They get themselves a good height over towards this pistol. Economy-wise as well, and look at Enosis trying to contest them in their own den, but they're all just wiped in an instant. Alone with 3 or 4, that is just ridiculous as Oxen Game, considering they had AKs and Enosis were bringing the equivalent of a knife to a gunfight. An expected result.
Unexpected result is kind of upsetting, you know, when Enosis is so close to having that hat trick, and a 2-0 is already starting in the favor of Oxen Esport as another team or another game already won. But Dust 2 rifles, we've seen what this team can do. I need to see Flea and 19 start getting on that board, and we might see maybe just Alone getting shut down. This guy is 6-0, single-handedly just winning them 2 rounds.
Single-handedly, Alone has been a beast up until now, and, well, let's see what Enosis are going to be doing there to shut him down, put him on a leash. Because again, trying to swing God, we have players like Barar who have definitely dealt quite some damage in the past as well. Nade right beneath your feet doesn't seem to go off, or rather, it wasn't a nade, but it was 2 kills for Enosis here to claim Oxen with 1 of their own, but still, the equalization hasn't shown itself.
Yeah, it hasn't shown up quite yet, but doesn't mean it won't, doesn't mean it can't. We do have the equalizer every time we use it. You know, he's still alive. Every time that a round needs to be equaled out, the equalizer is alive. But what will he do this time? Currently sitting up in top mid, waiting for someone to get aggressive. But Enosis Esports, they have the numbers advantage. They don't need to be aggro here. And with their util still burning down that timer, 40 seconds remaining, and they still have to wait for these mollies, and they still have to wait for these smokes before they can swing out wildly.
That moment, that thought, being put to rest for now. Oxen Game are being tempted with this mid once more. We do have the players like Alone who dealt 3 kills with a pistol earlier, so why couldn't they do it with an AK? Being held unknown Info won't be there. Wallbangs go both ways, but on window alone finds one. The second as well. No, actually, it's Equalizer to almost equalize it out, but now in a 2v1. And Osis is a bit late to the party with our two remaining players who are both low on HP. 26 for MUV and 19. You give or take a bullet or two, and Equalizer could finish the job.
Yeah, this could just be the end of the game here, end of the round here. But Equalizer spots one. Wallbang potential. 19 is low, and this time it goes to Equalizer. 19 will not do a traditional clutch, and Oxen Game somehow manages to return the favor. An insanely clean comeback in that round, considering they were down so much. They got the plant, and they got to shut down a big team here.
That is a great continuation here going into this early part of the map. Again, we did need a moment like this for Oxen Game to keep their streak alive, but in general, Anosis are going to be on the rougher part of it, and we've seen this throughout map number 1. Oxen Game, once they get some of these rounds right, they win 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row. And once a round gets a bit too close for comfort, they take a tactical timeouts to regather their thoughts. And a tactical timeout is not something we've seen from Anosis just yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen many timeouts yet, and honestly what we have seen though are timeouts coming out from Oxen when they're in the lead, which is kind of confusing to me because they use so many of them that they don't have them once things turn around. But it also lets them just game plan. They're setting it up. They know exactly what they're going to be doing 3 rounds from now. That's the importance of this early game lead. We saw it last game. It's like at round 3 they called a timeout, they got to 7, they called a timeout. It's just anytime that they see these major moments in the game's economy and in the game's momentum, that's when they start game planning again. It's a very solid play, and I do enjoy seeing it.
Yeah. I think the tactical timeouts, again, I think Oxen Game was just like, okay, too close of a round. Let's talk things through. Let's set up for the next round. We know that Anosis are off against Series Point, and we're the ones that can finish it out here and now. So we lock it down. We're on the T side. We can play the aggression and kind of be the manipulators, the puppeteers, so-called, because the T side ends up deciding where the action will be because, you know, Anosis, they're going to push into where the action is since they need to deny the plant. But look at one of the push-ups here. Who's this confident little fella? Oh. No! MUE finds himself the upgrade, gets caught but not finished, meaning he gets a second chance to deal even more damage. Equalizer falls as well, and Oxen Game have been unexpectedly shut down. The aggression from Anosis that was a bit of a gambit ended up working heavily. Even though the 2 kills are returned, it's still not an EQ single tab. Jack falls, but Remy there to pat him on the back as Bearer, now the last one standing, long-range gunfight, does have the gaze, but still, oh, how does this go so wrong?
I mean, honestly, when you're looking at a game like this, it definitely is any moment can change the entire direction, but Barar has just clutched 1 round, and even if rifles are in the hands of these players, 19 needs to really step it up. Remy spots it out, and the spray. That's Anosis on the board much earlier than what we saw last game, and that could be all that they need to start their spree like we saw at the end of last game back up again.
And Anosis weren't looking for a huge mistake by Oxen Game. They were looking for MUV to step things up. A great push again once. Unexpected, maybe will be a bit more from Oxen Game into the future rounds, but they got away with that round. And is this going to be the 3rd tactical timeout or 2nd by Oxen Game already? We're barely past the 4th round.
Yeah, maybe their game plan that they were so heavily riding on didn't work, didn't pay off, and that could definitely scare this team into having to change how they play. Their main mindset now gone, but they're broke. They're really just trying to maybe slow this team down, but I am kind of concerned for the way that things are going.
Yeah, compared to what the results were on the previous map, I imagine that an Oxen are just looking to take as many rounds off of this first half as much as they possibly can, right? They're going to be on the T side, which on a map like Dust 2 would be considered a bit rougher to work around. So getting as good of a half and then going over to the preferred side is kind of a good game plan. But again, they're using up they're investing a lot into these early rounds. Some would even consider a bit too much.
Yeah, definitely so. And that's going to be a little bit concerning for them. I am going to be worried, but I think at the end of the day, if they just keep playing it smart with these timeouts in hand, They don't have many left. They might be able to try to bounce it back, but Enosis, I think, is just tired of them stalling. I think they just want to end this game and get into that map number 3.
We do see the first appearance of an op on both sides, that is. Mute and 19 both carry one. A glass cannon to say the least, but once it strikes, there's no going back for the player on the receiving side. Oxen Game, now the one player standing out gun-wise, will be alone with that Tech 9. Hopefully he's able to deal the due diligence that he's been kind of serving Enosis with in the past. Again, Alone has been really an outperformer this match up until now. Hopefully that doesn't go away. A single peek, a single showage. Responded to with a shot from the op, but no kills just yet.
No kills. Taking it excessively slow. Very passive here. 40 seconds left and we haven't seen anybody die yet. And you do look at that midpoint. CT is smoked off, but it really comes down to the pincer maneuver here. Flea able to get 1, 2, 3 for Flea, and a shot to the back of the head. Now another one down, and there we go. Enosis Esports one away from tying up the game, and much better than what we saw on Ancient.
Much better. A lot better. Enosis are starting to carry over that aggression, that fuel, that passion, whatever you want to consider it, from map number 1 and convert it into, I would say, fuel for their gameplay performance into map number 2 too. Yeah, we love working with numbers here. Oxen Game, in the meanwhile, are going to need to start stepping things up once more because currently they're on pistols. And, well, Enosis are definitely going to be taking advantage of that.
Yeah, very much so. Very scary to see this kind of turnaround here for this team. But I am looking at the save coming out from Oxen, which means that unless they pull off a crazy exponential kill, it's not going to be easy for them to get any weapons that can actually slow this team back.
Waiting for an arrival. Someone peeks out. Feeling a bit cheeky, but Remy doesn't step down from this fight that has left the field already. Oxen Game with a 5-man push right onto B that only has 1 resident who smokes out that entry and might be giving Oxen Game a second thought in mind.
Nice, good sprays from Remy. Able to grab one down, spot out another MUV. They're not expecting the high ground play. Another headshot down. It's pixel perfect, and another one will finally fall. A flawless round, and Oxen not able to get a bomb plant nor get a kill means that that was a complete failure of a save.
Sure it was, but hey, now they're able to back themselves up a tad bit more going into the following round, although Remy's influence over that one catwalk angle has completely shut down the entirety of the enemy roster. 1 support, 3 kills in the meanwhile. Basically being the harbinger of death in that round is now Oxen Game with a quick flash and an even faster push towards this long side that is long awaited by Enosis, but not responded to in their favor as Insidious is able to pick up the first, spraying through the smoke. Heavy damage dealt, I think so, as Baron and Insidious lie very low and alone falls to a nade.
Absolutely insane, and now it's pretty much time to shine here. These guys playing so beautifully might be able to keep up this momentum for this next fight, and they're up. But the T side all grouped up long, all of them trying to just be together. You have Equalizer now joining them as well. This could be the make or break, or just straight break them. That's the big concern that I see with this team, is there's a whole lot of pushback that you're witnessing, and Remy on this lurk has perfect timing to execute Equalizer, but it's Equalizer no.
Oh, right around it. Remy, perfect moments. Oh, he thought he was safe. He thought he was clear of it already. Little did he know the entire team is backing up the fallen comrade. 3-3. And Oxen Game still have an opportunity to get back their lead.
Ooh, nice shot there. Might be able to find a site push. 1 nade. Timed it right. Oh, but they jump over the bullets. But unfortunately, 10 seconds remaining. They have to go for the plant, but they can't. Flea's going to be able to execute them. And now 4-3. And Enosis Esports is officially in the lead.
after such a long time. A grueling battle on Ancient, and Osis finally look what they wanted to claim on map number 1. Maybe a bit delayed into the second, but matters not, as Oxen will not be on the leading side this time around, which again sets us up for a possible decider, which we did not get to see in the first semifinal. And this time, are Oxen already using their final tactical timeout?
Yep. Yes, they are. They are, I would say, panicking at this point to see this amount of shutback for them.
That's for sure one way to put it, but again, I really think it's them heavily relying on the CT side. That's the only logical explanation I can get out of it. Oxen are just seeking out, hey, we got to get 4, 5 T-sided rounds, maybe even 6, right? And then we go onto the CT side and we'll dominate. It's going to be right back to Ancient all over again. But it's not heading in that direction of plans.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling a little bit off, to say the least. Right now, Oxen Gaming, we've seen that they can beautifully read what Enosis Esports is going to do. Obviously, here's a fun fact. They've had 3 seasons worth of VOD review that they have access to for how Enosis Esports plays. Oxen Game, nobody's gonna know how they play, as this is the first time in a tournament here for us. So very exciting to see like how game plan works. But Enosis Esports apparently can still spice things up enough.
Yes, they can. You can always rely on them to do so, because right now Flea has taken 2. The second one even half blinded, but it matters not. It's going to be Flea and Jack London Buffett fighting forwards as hand in hand they're able to secure an ace, and the entirety of Oxen Esports within their grasp. Doesn't seem like Oxen had their priorities straight.
All right, here we go. Shots a little bit clean from this team. I will say this though. Enosis Esports looking at a 0-3 scoreline and saying, watch this, I'm gonna get 5, is hilarious to me. Like, these guys, they want to go to map 3, but map 3 is Mirage, and arguably that is very similar to the playstyle of Ancient, and they just lost a player. So what I honestly think game 3 is going to be the closest match we've seen to date, and I'm even including last season's finale.
Could be. I'm still curious as to how Dust is going to turn out, because it has been around 5-4 rounds since we've seen Oxen start this off quite well, or something that at least pivots them, because this is going to be the first kill. The op is going to peek away, but 90 just re-peeks, uncrouches, and finds Insidious. Good way of fighting back. Again, Enosis are not going to stray away from their path of trying to keep this as flawless as they can into their own half, but Oxen very committed towards this catwalk, that's for sure.
Very committed, but are we going to see the timing work out? I mean, that's the biggest thing about Dust 2 is don't burn down the clock. This is a massive map, so that's a good shot. Nice and clean to have fallen, but the double player in long could go for a very aggressive retake, but the molly misses. Unfortunately, that's actually going to cook their team into a bad position, and they have to walk right into the crosshair of 19, who does not get the second kill, and Barar is on the board, but the molly is a little bit too hot for them. Can't plant default, but where you look, and Remy just gets absolutely executed, and Jack London has to go for a save, and this is where their spree ends.
I wonder what Remy was so scared about. Maybe some player on long, the ghost of Oxen dead teammates. But whatever it was, it works out for Oxen as the attention was turned away. And in the meanwhile, now Jack's setting himself up on the shore to be exposed and put down in an instant. You did almost take a bit of damage, but of course, when you're in a battle against an op, you're just hoping a single bullet doesn't land. And quite the opposite happened there, as Oxen are now 1 round behind. And I'm not used to saying that, especially with how Ancient went.
Yeah, this is a very interesting turn of events for this team. And now with Oxen being able to just be so consistent, again, Enosis Esports has to work on that timing, because Remy was worried about a flank behind them. They had 2 players down immediately or 1 player down immediately in mid. It's just these little mistakes are getting punished now, and that's what Oxen entire playstyle is. It's about finding the weaknesses and being able to punch through them. But Enosis Esports no longer is sending someone into tons. Instead, they're going for that double push up indoors, and that could be the opening that they need to just end off a start of a round.
I'm hoping Oxen Game are going to expect it a bit more, because Gnosis have gotten away with this plenty of times in this entire map. I mean, we've seen them push up into their own spawn at certain times and get a couple of frags. So Oxen Game, to try and avoid that, they send the majority or all of their players towards this tunnels and to start setting up for a potential B push.
Potential B push, but with nobody in mid, this is going to be a lot of utility being needed to get them through this doorway, and that's no guarantee. It's going to be very difficult.
That it will. But they're still setting up. They're weighing out their options. Flash is out. No, that was a pre-placed smoke. Jack London being held, not necessarily. Just get the refrag, and 2 for Equalizer and alone to claim, as now they have contested ground. They've claimed it as well. Window will be secured, held by 3, as it seems the Oxen Game are not letting a single player from Enosis slip on by. 2 smokes here, 1 to fall. It does seem like they have had everything secured. 19 in Remy remaining, and unless Remy finds another quad or triple kill, this is a round for Oxen Game to claim.
This could be. This could just be another round, and I think, yeah, it's an op and a M4. It has to be a save. So yeah, another round down. Welcome to a tied game. The Equalizer equalizing it out again with now 5-5. Oxen Game has a chance to really turn this whole thing around, but with how close this is getting, I'm really hoping we go to Mirage.
Yeah, it would make for a fantastic matchup. Again, we're looking at a story of the supposed underdogs, but Oxen Game are proving to be quite the opposite here. Really putting up a fight here, and as we're reaching the final 2 rounds of the first half, I think it would be only reasonable to see a 6-6 split.
I would think that'd be pretty reasonable. I could agree with that, but ooh, we have a very aggressive op play coming in. Are we going to be seeing the ops try to duel? Or will that top lane really try to come down on them? Oh my god, 19! Jesus!
Why do players do that? Why do they tempt their fate with a jump peek? You know there's an op looking at you. There has to be that feeling, and decides to take his chances anyways. Sticks around, finds out. Oxen Game, 1 player down.
Very, very early into this, we're seeing that kind of trade-off happening. But it's not done. Not done quite yet. We do have Insidious wanting to just lock this in with a chance of picking up his teammate's part, but are we going to see Remy accidentally walk into the crosshair? They know Insidious is there, does not decide to swing it, instead backs up after getting a trade.
Even though Flea fell, Equalizer did so as well, and Oxen Game are kept 1 player below Enosis, who are right now extremely prepped up for this A push, but in the meanwhile, Oxen Game started trading their positions. They might be going for a rotation towards B, and there's no one on B from Enosis. This could be a great way to catch them off guard.
Could be. Could be everything that they need and then some, but I am still very concerned about this op in 19's hands. We saw how it diffed Mute, but Insidious has now picked it up to maybe go for the trade, but with 18 seconds, 15 seconds, it's time for them to just run it in.
Running on in, utility, not giving Jack London too much space to work with, and even in the meanwhile, it's going to be Remy supporting him from that gate side as 2 kills evolve. Oxen Game have only 1 to remain, and Jack London putting in that final bullet required as Enosis will secure themselves a draw within this first half at the bare minimum, or if this round is theirs, which very much could be the case, even a win.
Could be a win, and a win is all they need, but a 6-6 half is, I think, where we're heading here. We're looking very close in this game.
Yeah.
Okay. 19. Trying to be set up here. Trying to lock this in. Wait a minute. Oxen Game, last round of the half, and they're going with something a little bit unique. They're going for a 5-stack, wait for anyone to be aggressive, which Enosis has been. Very smart read, but will they find value? It really does come down to the angles that these players are going to be pushing, and I don't think Enosis wants to try to give up any more 1-for-1 trades.
walking into the smoke. One casualty spawn. Remy's able to pick up
Remy's
two
out.
somehow. There's no one to punish him for it, and he just drops down into pit. As even though trying to flush him out with utility, Oxengame know the threat that is along, and Osis could be holding the life of Remy here, who is low. Definitely prioritized target. Insidious takes advantage of it, able to find one equalizer there for the second, but it will not be equalized just yet. Although a possible better pickup for a gun, considering equalizer is working with a MAC-10. At least getting yourself that AK, swoops it right on up. Oxen get one player down, but have assorted some sort of dominance towards long.
All right. Equalizer inching his way up, trying to find one little opening. It's all you need, and you can make it work. But smokes up, flashes out. We're not seeing the connection through the smoke. But we are. The second your head pokes out a ramp, we have one player by the car, gets a flick down. Jack London is gone. 23 seconds remaining. Again, it's all about timing with the flank from 19. The timing of him ends off the half with Enosis winning 7-5. And another half to decide if we get to Mirage.
Mirage or not, Enosis are now going to be on that CT or on that T side. For Oxengame, they're going to be on what they were looking forward to, I imagine. But again, this is either where it ends or where Enosis get themselves a second chance. That's what they are truly fighting for. It's a spot on that Mirage, and I think we've seen them on Mirage before. The last, I think it was in Season 6, we saw Enosis on Mirage where they were absolutely terrific to watch. So I doubt Enosis or Oxengame want to bring them over to it.
Yeah, I doubt that that's going to happen as well. Not exactly easy, but with the pistol round starting off, we're actually going to be seeing a B rush here, which might be very interesting to find out if it's going to happen.
Yeah, utility isn't expected. Equalizer mid-air, catches out Flea on the midst of it all, but still isn't able to find the entry, although you get an opening, and that's better than nothing.
That's true. Ooh, alone. Here's the bomb ticking away. Wants to try to break on in. Gets a headshot right in the head. Another spray. But how many times have we seen team kills? Another one down. And it's just... No, it's over. They just absolutely executed. Every single player swung out at the same time. And they just made it rain in kills.
Getting it close with the defusal, but gets it just in time. Oxengame prepared themselves quite well for that. Like the Avengers, they charged on in full 5-player rush, and Enosis weren't prepared for it. From window, from gate, they started charging on in. And in the meanwhile, we've got ourselves another code here for the giveaway. And again, if anyone's looking to enter the giveaway for the Star Trek knife, that is pinned in the chat for the Gleam.io giveaway. The code will be Clean Shot. That is CLEANSHOT.
Very clean shot on its way then. And now, what seems to be the main plan here? Do you have another catwalk push? This time Enosis Esports with some deagles on their reasonable eco buy. They do have enough money saved up for the next round to go pretty fun. I see alone. Nice, clean one down. Goes for the spray. Might get the second. Very solid there. Remy able to get another one down. And here is the rotate. We have Equalizer trying to get fast enough with this bomb. Now planted. It's again in the favor of Enosis, even if they have weapon disadvantage. But Flea managed to find themselves an M4A4.
Cannot better. Chances. Oh, up close. Gets spotted and reacted upon. Equalizer's able to pick up 19. A long shot for 2, for 3. Good enough for them all. And Flea, even though the upgrade on the gun is there, the man advantage will not stick on through for any longer than needed to. Oxengame came in surprisingly. Even though Enosis set up a couple of traps, they were quickly figured out along the way. Still plenty of time for the defuse. And around back as equalization is set in.
Yeah. Wow. Already we're seeing them now set up and locked in to lock this down. 7-7. What a clutch here for Oxengaming. And now Enosis does get a buy round because of the bomb plant. But again, we need to see them locking this in. Oxengame They want to steal the hat trick. They want to knock the whole hat rack off the ground. They got this. An Oxen game knows that Gnosis Esports needs this so much. But instead, they swing for mid and they go for a 1-for-2 trade. Are we going to see Mute get the second? No, he gets wall banged and they just lose that trade.
What could have been a trade ended up going against them. A risky play, but Oxen game. They pay the price as Gnosis now pushing in with flashes. Smokes. Do they check it all? Low HP and a spray through smoke alone is able to find 2 before going out. Just to equalize it out and leave Jack London and Remy in a tougher spot. Bear our equalizer left with a gift. A nice little opening, and they are able to finish it out as Oxen game, after quite some time, are back in the lead.
Wow. Back in the lead, Oxen game. This second half definitely favoring them, the CT side. It's kind of where you want to be playing nowadays on Dust 2. And if they can keep this up, they'll be very, very excited. And obviously, though, a question for Gnosis, when are we seeing their timeout? When are we seeing them being able to slow it down? Because right now, Oxen game has momentum and they haven't even bothered, because I think they've actually used up every single timeout that they had in the first half.
Yeah, to be best put, their gameplay has been quite wrong. Well, this is the best way to put it, because they're just rushing 3, 4, 5 players down, and 4 of them eliminated. Mute there to finish it out, and in an instant, Gnosis went from bleeding to being bled. An Oxen game get themselves that 2-round advantage. It was a very low end-up buy from Gnosis, so I doubt they expected much. They were hoping that they could overwhelm some of these players with numbers alone, but the cross between equalizers, Berar alone, and then Mute for the final touch, just instant.
Yeah, very clean. Very, honestly, kind of upsetting here if you're a Gnosis. That's definitely going to be one for the record books. And now, getting into this next round, I'm a little worried. You do have quite the team set up, and the synergy is what matters most. Hopefully, we can see a comeback here, but the T side is just inching for that mid fight. Again, they love fighting in mid. It's kind of all that this game gives you now.
Sure is. It really is. Again, the importance of it clearly stands out, and Gnosis will be able to capture upon it. In the meanwhile, try to rob away A from Oxen game, who have set even a player aside towards long. That's something we've seen quite a lot of times from them, but now, as much as there isn't much contention from Oxen game towards these mid wall bangs, which have been quite prominent, Gnosis feel like they're comfortable enough to step into sight, but little do they know there's a small surprise of 3 players waiting for them.
Yeah. Op in Mute's hands has been a killer, an absolute executioner for this team. And if they can keep going, they should be fine. But remember, we got a code here. So let's see if you guys can use the code clean shot as we watch a shot that's clean from Mute. Just kidding, he whiffs it. But make sure you use that code right here, right now in the Gleam.io giveaway. Mute ready to swing up and try to redeem himself, and maybe redeem that code, as it's just one more pick to set up the stage. But with 30 seconds remaining, Gnosis wants to launch themselves onto B.
They want to launch it full throttle, and right now, Oxen game are distracted just about well enough, but Insidious is still locked in to get 2 before being headed on out through the entry. And Gnosis, the intruders, are able to get the plant down as well, lock it in as an Oxes game, or Oxen game. The players who have been set forward to that A denial now have to be forcibly put towards this B, just to make sure that the retake is theirs to take.
Flashes are out. Got everything that they need. The swing, the run, Remy, double down, huge round. Now, not much time remaining. Mute has to go for the save. He's managed to get one. No, he's swinging out of the window, and Remy pops up like a watchdog and is going to be able to just execute that. 9-8. But do they get away from the bomb? They do as well. A victory's a victory.
A win's a win, and you know it. Right now, Gnosis, quite close towards that end stage. But again, I'm loving the players from Oxen still able to back up their fight in the most stressful of moments. Although again, Gnosis used that teamwork, which is something that we haven't been lacking from them, besides on Ancient. But that's far past us. We're going to leave that in the past and not dwell on it too much, because this is a new map, and we're quite deep into it.
Ooh, good nades, good flashes, good util. They know all about where the positioning is for this team, and awful things. He's almost dead. He just keeps keeps taking nade after nade after nade. But now the swing up, the 3 players, you know that they're all in heaven, but it's the close quarter combat that Insidious is going to be able to execute with. The nade counter, he is low. Can we see more of these picks as another player is swinging out of Catwalk? And we're not seeing the value, but 19 gets one. And Mute trades it. The Oppers are who really controls the game. And a spray from Jack London opens up the B side. Is he going to be out fast enough, or is it too late? Is Insidious ready?
Oh, what a shot. Scale has been tipped once more. And 19 with onto alone. With a second one going against him, though, won't be making it any easier for Remy to finish out. Speaking of which, has been finished, done. And dusted. Insidious there with a nice little closing shot to keep Oxen Game around or 2 ahead of Enosis' score, reaching dual digits. And in the meanwhile, starting to make it dangerously close to match and series points.
Yeah, match and series point. Not exactly what you want to be seeing here. So, kind of worried for him. But as we do have double digits, as you said, I'm looking at the buys here. 19 has another op. This is another chance at trying to shut down Mute. This guy's 11 and 11, but all of them are impact frags. And Remy has been doing a great job getting picks of their own, but you have to just take out Mute. He's going to keep picking off your team.
Yeah. He's been really a phenomenal player. And in the meanwhile, Equalizer can't be looked down upon either as MUV falls. Second one to follow alongside with him, it will be Flea, but the charge is kept on. And finally, if you send an infinite amount of players, one's bound to get the kill. Insidious will be the victim of it. But in the meanwhile, as you're looking to try and push some of these players back, Equalizer gets on your 6, and Jack London will fall due to it, meaning that Enosis have only 2 to offer up. And look at their economy.
Yeah, the economy's definitely left much to be desired with only 2 players left. They might just have to go for a save here, but do they even have the opportunity for that? Look at where the CTs are. They are completely surrounded, and that's Mute. 1 to the body. Now it's maybe 1 more fear, and you're gone. 11 to 8. Oxen Game just keeps on this movement, and now Enosis Esports. Where is that second wind we know you guys always bring?
Where is it? You started off the previous map with an amazing comeback that was potentially there. You started off this map even better. But now it seems like it has all taken a turn for the worse. And in the meanwhile, Oxen Game, again, they're more confident than ever, I imagine.
Yeah, I think they're definitely a confident team here. And
not another.
Oh my god! He doesn't get a third. He will be finally shut down by the SSG, but Alone is here, and we see them now pushing on up. Walking right past all this util, just commits to the plant, but no, the molly, it puts him off. He has to drop, and walking right on in. He actually gets Equalizer. They have a chance to rotate. They're both incredibly low.
Oh no, they're getting baited. Oxen Game think it's a rotation towards B. That's the call that Equalizer made, but I think Oxen Game caught onto it. 2 players still stuck behind towards long. One is going to be going towards mid, meaning they can contest and transfer their position over towards the short side. But MUV and 19, look at their HP, a combined of 28. Bullet for each, even with a pistol. And this shouldn't be as difficult for Oxen Game as some have it to be imagined. But again, Enosis have been wondrous plenty of times. They can pick up on a catalyst. It's just a shot through smoke. Where does he find that? 19 falls. And all left done to the Scout Master himself, MUV, with not much to work around. The defuse coming around does have the kit. An Oxen Game now. Match and series points.
Oh, match and series point. Oh, I'm already thinking about tomorrow. This is going to be very intense, but Enosis Esports, don't let me rob you of the hat trick. Don't let Oxen rob you of the hat trick. Don't let Insidious live up to his name and shut you down. Let's see. Can Enosis get 4 rounds with a very light buy to start us off? Unfortunately, it's not going to be easy, but it has to be clean. It has to be a clean shot. Make sure you use the coupon code, the redemption code in our Gleam.io giveaway, as it's now Mute getting, again, a clean shot.
Puts MUV on mute, silences him for this round. And again, that's 1 gun less for Enosis to work with. Hopefully looking to trade it out with this mid push by 1 or even followed up by the rest. Catwalk has been worked and established. Again, Enosis, it's a tale as old as time. You always have a great plan, but you're not able to work around it together.
Decent sprays. Will the plan be worked out together, or will this be just an execution? I hope not. I genuinely hope that they have what it takes to turn this game around, but Remy getting a pick like that could be what it needs. Oh, and the bomb gets planted, and the team gets rotated. You have one player stuck CT, but I just need Enosis to play the bomb, play the objective. You cannot be over-aggressive. You are tied life-wise, and yes, it's going to be tough, but you need to keep as many of these guns alive as possible.
As many as alive. Even if Enosis win out this round, if Oxen are able to take these guns off of them, the following will be difficult. And Insidious shots sometimes might just be unholy. Jack London, though, can be taken out of the calculation as tour return for him. Now swinging out of the smoke, a quick little scope from 19 to bring it all up down to only one remaining. Equalizer doesn't look to challenge any remaining. A 1v3 that doesn't seem to be winnable. Just backs off to the opposite side of the map. Going to be securing B side or even into their own spawn. The spawn of Enosis, that is. With a round for Enosis, they need only 3 more to start crawling into that overtime.
Crawl, definitely a good way to good word for it, as it definitely feels a long way, but it's closer than you'd think. If you're a Enosis, you know it. You know that you have the loss bonus to keep up your money just enough to bring you back, and if you manage to bring up the win, you actually could stop Oxen from having loss bonus by the time you need it. So this could be the perfect opening for a comeback, or game ends.
Oh, take it a shot.
There goes Remy. Top frag is gone.
21 kills, but will that be where it remains? Oh, couple of shots. Enosis have been spotted around this midsection once more. They've been, again, really pushing towards it, but this time they're going to take a step further by engaging on Oxen Game's own ground and their own territory and spawn to possibly further go onto this B side, and an opening has been made, but there's only one Oxen player, or rather 2, to hold down this B. 1 round window. It's going to be Equalizer, who doesn't want to take that challenge just yet. The flash indicates it. A follow-up. They're all aligned, but Flea finds the kill onto Equalizer, and they have only 1 more to take care of on this B site, who is spotted, but not given up just yet. MUE finds him nonetheless.
Ooh, here we are. Bomb planted yet again for Enosis Esports to turn this around. Lots of this game has been just back and forth with the way that they play it outright, but Barar watching the flank, it looks like they're just going for a save, and going for a save in a 3v4 makes sense. I mean, they need to keep their economy. They already have match point advantage. Overall, smart read.
Smart read. Nothing better than it, right? If you're going to try and gamble up this 3v4 in the post plants, you end up losing those guns, and then Enosis are on a 12-10. Then your economies crash down, and you have, by that point, only 1 more round of a lifeline, or maybe not even that, right? MUV falls to the bomb as well, so I guess it is equalized by the end game. And a bit of damage for Enosis and their economy, but in general, they should be looking golden for the rest of this to continue. Even then, if they lose a round, it's over nonetheless. So Oxen Game, all they're looking to do is find themselves a good moment to catch Enosis off guard, and this is going to be a full buy coming to fruition once more. The only one equalizer on that MP9, but the rest, stacked.
Very stacked. Very big round here. So let's see if they are going to get aggressive in mid and actually get some value from it. Already alone is here, ready to try to swing. The blind is big, but are they going to find the value? The answer is no. Remy, while completely blinded, saves his 2 teammates. This is the GOAT of the game. Just absolutely huge. Remy, you're so dang clean with it. But will he stay MVP and win the game, or will the MVP unfortunately not come to fruition if you lose the set?
If it weren't for Remy, who knows, Enosis might have been in a really bad spot right now. Otherwise, it's transferred over towards that Oxen Game. That calamity of a push from alone turned into bad news for Oxen Game, who are again once more trying to put it all on the table for this round to finish things out before Enosis get too much of a wind to blow themselves forward into overtime. The A push is about to come through. The nade clears the smoke out for a second, and Insidious just sprays on through, able to find one. Remy's able to trace those bullets right back to him, but it matters not, as again, Oxen Game are still playing an aggressive game.
And the plant is down. This is the round that kind of makes or breaks a potential overtime here for Enosis. And we talk about how they work under pressure. This is how they work under pressure. This is when they work under pressure. And they're going to need to do it right here, right now. As Equalizer swings out, sprays down, and takes out MUV very clean. But what else is there to do?
Better gun. AK picked up. Meaning Enosis, even though they fall, Mute as well with it. Able to claim another kill. The round goes for Enosis. And this next round will be all or nothing for Oxygame. It's going to be the regulation or overtime, while Enosis, overtime or loss. Not only the map, but the entire series. A lot lies on it. Economy-wise, Enosis are surely better, and even then, they've been claiming a lot of these rounds consecutively. Plays like these can tend to get close, but it's always lovely to see that Enosis have each other's backs. Oxygame, on the other hand, will surely need to make this round count if they don't want to risk that second part of that third half to come around.
Yeah, second part of a third half. See if we got some goods. See if we got the goods. Is it good enough? All right. Enosis already splitting up here. This is one of the most split up I've seen them in a little bit here. They're just trying to find that opening pick, and if they can get Barar, they set themselves up for success. But do they have the timing? No. Ooh. Instead, Remy, again, the top frag, lurking up and dead. MUV already low, but he's gotten one. Fleet in mid. Can he finish off another? No, he gets traded. And Insidious gets a flick, but is it enough? 2v2, one incredibly low, but 19, you have to get that bomb plant. We have to see what they could do. MUV, good. Swap it to the low player. Be able to turn this around. Overtime just away. Alone. This guy's been so clean with getting these spray downs, and with someone being low, it might just be up to 19's clutching.
That it might. It's either two players or time wasted. Enosis have themselves paths, while Oxygame need to send it forward within a reasonable time as well. They do have a couple of players to send forward, but they're going to be walking right into the op. It hits its connection. It's going to be low in a 1v1 against 19. The AK versus the M4. You're able to clutch it out, and Enosis bring it back into overtime. 12-12. We are heading off to the third part of this match that we thought wasn't going to happen after Oxygame's return into their streak. But Enosis, they managed to find that pressure. They are molded by it, and they shine bright like a diamond. 12-12. This is the time to do it.
Yeah, this is the time to shine, and honestly, I gotta see it happen. I gotta. 12-12, and a decently large overtime at that. This is going to be very interesting to see if Oxen, now that they've completely run out of timeouts, their main way of setting themselves up for success. I would like to think that the last couple of rounds here was their timeout, like with the way that they were talking with each other, with the way that they were game planning for this OT. They don't want to bring it to map 3. They really don't. I mean, yes, Mirage and Ancient play very similar, but Enosis, when they have momentum, will run away with the entire set.
They will. They can run. They can run really fast. They can work good with it. But now 3 rounds for one half, 3 for the other. A bit different to what we've been working with. Shorter time span and round span in general. Enosis can get it working once more. They just can't allow Oxygame to pick up too many rounds on their CT half. While Insidious is snuck up into tunnel, and Flea is able to capture that moment. While Mutant Equalizer have been taken granted for a couple of these players. Jack London has returned it, but it's the op to bring it back all to Purple Barar for the second time. And Enosis have only 19 to make up for it.
Ooh, good attempt at shooting. Good attempt at knocking them out, but this is so risky. This is so scary. You do a Barar. Oh, Equalizer. He's gotten it. And look at that. Where was this coming from? It appears that the CT side is finally locking it in with that first round down. Enosis has lost a little bit of momentum. They might have a chance for Oxygame to just sweep them now.
13-12. Still doesn't mean it's over. Again, Enosis have plenty of cash to go around, but they can't let go of this round so easily. Gonna need to fight back against it, even though they were showing a bit of bark and bite. It's Mute. It puts 19 on a leash once more. The Opera wins the op engagement. A second one to go along one side with it. And his team supporting maybe a body back here for Enosis. But it's going to be Flea and MUV to bring it back. Mute strikes again with the nade. 4 kills for a single player. And Oxen Game are 2 rounds ahead.
Two rounds ahead. I'm so worried. I'm so worried about this team. It looks a little bit scary, I'm not gonna lie. You're looking at a chance for these players to just completely lock it in and lock it out. But at the end of the day, it does also come down to what plan we get to see from Enosis. There's a really solid chance that they end it, but we gotta just look at the T side. Enosis Gaming, they're splitting up, but this time we're not leaving Remy alone. Remember, the last time that we had Remy sent off on a side quest, he just got absolutely obliterated by Barrage. So we need to have our team grouped enough, buddy systemed up.
Gotta establish it. Enosis is here. They've been quite stressed out of this, but again, they recognize that they're on a thin lining and can't really work around it too much. As much as they desire some of these rounds, we're going to need to put in the work and work themselves to the bone. Because again, they're working against Oxen Game, who have been displaying a real powerful performance up until now. And once more, the CT side has control of all but short. And Enosis keep on stepping into this trap. Not again. You strikes for a second. A third! There's nothing Enosis can do about it. Equalizer steps in to get the 4th, and Remy's on the remain, spotted out on sight. Mute's just looking for his target, and he connects it. 15 round for Oxen Game, and Enosis cannot afford to lose a single.
Is this just the way it ends? Is this just an execution? Just good try, Enosis? No! Enosis knows how to do it. They've swapped the sides. They're now on the CT. They're now on the ability to turn this entire thing around, but the odds are not in their favor. The odds want to lock them completely down.
Oxen Game, a terrifying foe to go up against. And a worthy opponent, more than worthy for Game Sport tomorrow. This could be the round where it all is put to an end, but Enosis, they've never given up, even when 7, 8 rounds below. They always keep the mental high.
Yeah, and if that mental is high enough, they can actually turn this around. It's going to be tough, though. It's going to be a real trick. They're spraying. They're praying. The 5-stack up here in tons. This is not something you regularly see, but wait, are you seeing the flank I'm seeing here?
Yeah. And Enosis have got themselves a good little back player that is ready to put Oxen Game in the dumps. And this is something they need to rely on because the push is coming through, and hopefully the flanker is going to be there in time. While in the meanwhile, Barrar picks up 1 second Insidious equalizer for the hat trick. Oxen Game have found themselves 3, but MUV in the backlines completely turns the tides and starting to make it all so much worth it. But Enosis, thanks to 19, are kept within the distance to find an Oxen Game's last, and there it is. Equalizer falls. 1 round back. But again, they can't afford to lose a single one. They still need 2 to bring it to that second overtime.
They just need 2. I mean, just need 2. It's gonna be tough, but Oxen, they have what it takes to just end this outright. You do see the op in the hands of Mute now, wanting to just drop down and try to get a first blood in mid. We do see the shot fire, but it doesn't connect. Unfortunately, we're not really looking at Mute here. We're looking at MUV, who's super aggro, wanting to just execute these players. And if he has the timing, they should get it. 1 down. Almost 2. Gets 2. Wants to re-swing. He has his teammate with him. But MUV, he's down. Mute's able to clean it up. But wait a minute. 3-3. You have a lurk. You have 1 player in tons. And a good trade overall. Enosis Esports relying on Remy, London, and 19. I think they got this.
They should. They could. But it's again Oxen Game you're fighting against. This has been a back and forth for the entirety of this map. A lot closer than map number 1 was, that's for sure. a map that Oxen Game should feel comfortable on, but it's Enosis flinging the discomfort as now players spread thin throughout the map. Both teams, that is, and unsure where the push is going to come through once more. The T side is the one side that ends up deciding where all this action will end up evolving upon, as now a full confirmed towards this B, and only one to defend it, Jack London, hoping he's going to be the force that Enosis need to keep themselves within this match.
I mean, fingers crossed. That's really all you got. 30 seconds remaining. They've gotten the rotate done. Here we go. Nate is now out. A shot might be coming in. It's just up to this team, and they have everything that they need. A spray down. Alone. Gets Jack. An unfortunate Remy. He's on the other side of the map. Is he going to be able to get to his teammate in time? Is he going to be able to get to the rest of the fight? And the mollies, the util. It's going to burn so much of this timer. Here he goes. One push up. Remy calls for his teammate. He swings first, goes for the jump. Spots out one main. But do they have any idea about the one underneath the window? One down. So close. And there's Insidious getting one. And the trade-off. Enosis Esports has lost their hat, has lost the trick, has lost. And that means that we now have a dethroned champion.
A new champion from contender to the new crown pass on to Oxen Game, who will be heading into the grand final. Now, they might have won out the semis. That is true. And they took out the previous reigning champ Enosis. They still have one more contender, and tomorrow it will be GameSport they have to face in a best of 5, which will be definitely an exciting matchup. But again, that's going to be it for today. I mean, we had ourselves a really exciting day, but in general, we still have a couple of things to mention. Again, we have a giveaway from today on to tomorrow. Secret codes to be given out, so be there tomorrow as well so you can heighten up your chances as much as possible. And then meanwhile, get along us. This is a community-based tournament, and we are a community-based organization. Plausible Gaming is non-toxic. You are very welcome to join in along with your friends, enter these tournaments, and maybe even get yourself a chance at winning some of these prizes and even be casted by us.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, stick around, everybody. Make sure that you follow the Twitch, follow our Twitter, follow our Discord, as there is a new matchup, a new grand finals coming in, something very new that we haven't seen in a while, a game without Enosis Esports. So if you guys are ready for the Game Sport versus Oxen Game Esports, that's going to be happening tomorrow. So thank you so much for watching, everybody. We'll catch you again tomorrow in our grand finals.
Got a lot to say and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us so worth hearing on. I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man it hurts son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier, in the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motive. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters. Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is to have believe. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down. just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in and you gotta win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself, you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leave it behind, gotta quit. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen, and you could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day, go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do.